Well, hey there. Welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Thanks for coming by today. Saw some wows in at wow time. Thanks for some wows today. Got a reroute at the absolute last minute, and I've totally forgotten to take the lens cap off, too. That's twice in one day. It's that kind of day. Oh, wow. Hey there, welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Thanks for coming on in. Yeah, sticky note on the monitor time. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. Yeah, the lens cap. Good to see you. Thank you for coming on in. Yeah, totally forgot to do the lens cap. Everything was going so well, even remembered our departure time an hour earlier and stuff. And then a message comes in. Can you accept a reroute? Can you accept a reroute? I'm sure, never a problem, right? Well, then, of course, I got into the A300 because 777 cargo liner has not shown up yet, right? Yeah, Captain Odie, professional broadcaster. So the thing is reroutes. How do you do that in this old thing? What's the best way? Because I already had the flight plan loaded in, and how do you do that? So my brilliant solution was, and I have to tell you, there's a little bit of, you know, I entered the flight plan in the secondary flight plan and made that active, and it worked. You know, you get a little thing like that, and it's sort of like it worked. So there we go. Martel's here. Hi, Atlas. Martin Fidelicor. Zabatum, did I see her name even close to right? I don't think so. Sunjammer, yes, yellow cards. Yellow cards on the field for sure on that one. But good to see you. Thank you for coming in. It's the Monday flight, which is new here on the Spy Flight, doing the Monday flights like this, so that we can fly into the event Vectors to Copenhagen. Hi, Slightly Madness. Yeah, that's what we got. So what if you... Well, see, what happens is I had the flight plan already in the flight management computer, okay? All in. That was the original. And then sort of like, okay, do I delete everything and start over? It says, no, let's try and go to secondary flight plan. And so for the secondary flight plan, I did from and to. I didn't copy the active. I went into this option and then entered in the blank flight plan. And now if you go over to... there's same airports, all of that looks right, but if you look in the flight plan, there's the new route. Ta-da! And made it active. Now, there's nothing in the secondary flight plan now, but again, it worked out really, really good. So, what I thought was going to be, you know, crazy, oh my God, we're all going to die, turned out to be, put it in the secondary flight plan, make it active, which wiped out the old flight plan, and everything is perfect. So again, a little bit too much self-congratulations on my part. I'm sorry. But it seemed to have worked. So there is our reroute in. I was just getting ready to go and do departure and arrivals. So we're doing that right now. And it did. It worked like a charm. So we're doing the TNT. It's going to be the 3 Papa departure. And insert that. Not in database. Okay, that's a little scary. What's not in the database? Oh boy, we're all gonna die here for sure. You clear it and re-enter whatever you need. Yeah, so if I needed to, I could go and put it back in again. The only part of their reroute that didn't work for me was there was one airway here between Libso and Rovni. That airway was not, I couldn't find that airway. Rovni would not work. So that was the only thing that didn't work there. Our arrival coming on in, looks like it's going to be 4 left. This is the opposite direction that we usually go. It's going to be the Tudelo arrival. So Tudelo 3 Alpha and Irpuk. I don't remember. I didn't look at that. Wait, will the A300... wait till the A300 overtakes you on the right. Hi, Deep Blue. Welcome aboard. Are you going to be an A300 too? Because we're waiting for that, waiting for the 777 to maybe come out. Oh, and I totally missed. Redux has been here for 27 months. Good evening. Redux is in Norway. Redux, thank you for a 27-month resub. It was 8 minutes ago. I hope I didn't miss you. Thank you for awesome jet fuel on the flight plan. I appreciate you coming in and helping me keep on. Happy Chappie is back. I did a flight simulator cockpit of an actual 747 and got to fly it into EKCH. And Happy Chappie got to land it perfectly. Way to go, Happy Chappie! Isn't that airport an absolute? That's like the ultimate for flight simmers for sure. German saying it will kill you at some point. Deep Blue. Oh, okay. So something's, well, I wouldn't be surprised if it killed me today. Okay, let's come on in here. Wigbill, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. Wigbill is hard at work. Okay, let's look at the Tutelo arrival and make sure I have all this right. Okay, so we're going to come in Tutelo. That's going to be coming out at Irpak. And do we have Irpak on the fore left? Or is it going to be a vectors kind of a thing? Yeah, we could use the Irpak transition. So we'll plug that in, even though probably you ought to plan on doing something else. Okay, that looks good. Okay, let's come over here. I haven't done any of the other stuff at all. So we need to go to weight and balance, because I was trying to do that. Oh, I also tried to do a CPDLC clearance. Let's see if that works too. Did anything happen here? Oh, look at this. Let's see. EGNX, departure request, EGNX request, it's being processed. So return. CPDLC air operations, received messages, right? Okay, there we go. PDC 002. Did I look at that yet? Cleared PDC. Okay, I better zoom in because I can't read this. We got 4 pages here. Cleared PDC, BCS, PDC. Where's my next page thing? Previous next. EGNX cleared EKC via the TNT 36000. Yeah, let's Wilco that. That's what we're going to do and send it. ATC request status. I almost said EGS not clearance canceled, revert to voice. Gosh darn it. It didn't beat me. Okay. Okay, let's see. So I will code something that isn't going to work. All right. Let's at least go and get... So let's do PDC number 2 and at least read it. All right, so cleared, next page, via 9 TNT3 Papa, so 6,000 feet. That way at least I can read it off when I have to revert to voice. Man, they don't give you a long time to respond, do they? Squawk 2170. 2170, okay. And next. I mean, seriously, what do you do? I mean, you know, record aircraft type and stop 120.025. 120.025. Okay. Okay. I mean, you know, what if the pilot goes and does a PDC and has to go back to, you know, the Blue Juice Saloon and do, you know, what you do before you take off, right? I guess that's just it. All right, let's come on back here. Return. So that was my Wilco. I can't clear. Ah, there we go. We can clear that now. Okay, that was my request. Departure status, PDC, request status, and I did a Wilco, so that's good. Okay. Tim J says, this doesn't make any sense. I'm looking at what you posted on Discord in your SimBrief briefing versus your current route, and the only difference is the Mike 868 airway instead of the UM. That's not a reroute. You know what? I don't know. at this point, you know, I was doing, you know, drop back and punted, you know, because 777's not available yet. So, you know. Okay, let's go and do fuel numbers. Let's get the init page B stuff done, and then we'll go and do the next thing, okay? Zero fuel weight is 120.99. 120.99 is zero fuel. Monday, Briggsy. We kind of changed that a few weeks ago, and now I'm flying an hour earlier on Monday. 30.31. 30.31 is center of gravity, and I think we're waiting for refueling. So yeah, we fly Mondays now, and we're leaving an hour earlier on Monday so we can fly into Vectors to Copenhagen, which is like Frankfurt Friday on a Monday, with holds and all sorts of crazy stuff. Okay, I think the airplane is loaded, as I wish I was. Okay, this is good here. Let's see, the 8 says the altimeter is 1021. 1021. It's been kind of raining cats and dogs here for the past few days. Relatively entertaining as far as weather is concerned. Always a good time. The Cruisy is back in chat. I see we're going to your home country. We are going to Copenhagen, that's right. Where I hear there's really good pizza. Loviz is in the 777 in Flight Sim 2020. We're still anxiously awaiting the release of it for 2024. I'm kind of gonna maybe give up hope on that for today. Although, I think Polyot said they did do an update on the one in 2020. So, you know, maybe I shouldn't, you know, sit here and hold my breath or anything. Okay, now what do we want to do? We got charts. Weight and balance is done. I think we're done fueling, so we can do fuel. So fuel is 13.8. That sounds right. 13.8. And now we can do the rest of our fuel numbers. View the flight plan. And here we go. They're in the first stages of testing VNAV on the E-jets. Really? Bongos, that's exciting news. Really? They're on the first, they're getting closer on VNAV for the E-jets? I think that's kind of like really great news. That's really cool. Cruzy, good pizza in Copenhagen. Is that a... Oh, come on. I figured there's got to be awesome pizza in Copenhagen. There'd be great pizza there. 0.748 is taxi. 748's my taxi. Contingency, 15 minutes is 1.3. 1.3 is my contingency. Okay. Alternate is 2.01. And final should be 2.2. It's usually about 2.26, so we don't have to bother with that. Cool. It's in the Flight Sim Studios Discord. It's about time. Europe got their very own regional jets flying around the sim. We've got them. It doesn't work in Flight Sim 2020 right now, but it works okay over in Flight Simulator 2020. It, like you said, it does not have VNAV, but if you stay ahead of your flight and maintain that situational awareness thing, you're going to be fine in the E-jets. It's not like that one flight I took into LaGuardia that one day. 2170 is the squawk that they gave me. Let's go and do 120025. There we go. And let's turn the radio on and see if we can't come on in there. Haven't heard about it, but you can definitely get pizza for a price.
Control, hello, Lufthansa.
Or you probably
heavy,
be...
passing level 100,
Copenhagen is crazy expensive compared to the rest of the country. Oh, really? It is?
Charlie London, hello, climb flat
Oh, where you're able. Okay.
Climbing flat level 3.
So it's gonna be expensive.
Midland, Gresham Baby, 90 Alpha, turn right heading 325.
Turning right in 325, Baby 90 Alpha.
Okay, let's try and redo this. London Control, hello there from Postman 441 on the ground at East Midlands with information Bravo, stand 105. We had a PDC from you but didn't answer it in time, but did copy down the information.
Postman 441, no worries till EKCH, you can have the PDC then. Are you ready for push and stop?
No, we just wanted to make sure that our squawk code and everything was good with you. We also got your reroute and plugged that in, so all is cool here. Just making sure it's all cool with you.
Roger, that's all fine on my part.
Great. Let's see. Postman 441 will give you a call for push and start in a few minutes.
Roger.
Okay, life is good.
Baby 90 Alpha 25 track miles, descend to altitude.
Let's go to ground gear and close the big door. Closing the big door. I think that's Lovis in the 777 that has pushed and started. Okay, that looks good. I'm going to close the door and remove my stairs. And the APU should be up and running. It started, or is that an avail?
London Control, FedEx 120.
It started. We have it. It's not available. Do not turn turn off your ground power yet. Okay, we have a nice 6,000 feet. 6,000 feet. I'm going to turn that off because I think I'm easily distracted today, and that's not a good thing. Navigraph says we're going to take off on runway net or runway negative. That wasn't a very good joke. 088 is our heading on departure. At least I could do that, right? 088. That's good. And over here, let's see. We could do takeoff data. Runway 9, sync the weather, calculate the takeoff. So flex is 58 degrees. Auto, flex, and 58. We're going to Copenhagen. My guess is the landing elevation is going to be pretty close to 0. Let's see, what is it? 146, 149. 146, 149. 149. And our V2 is going to be 154. 154. That's our V2. That's good. Now let's go and just check that departure and see if by any chance there was any kind of a speed restriction. So chug, 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 chug around here. 6,000. I think I'm going to go ahead and do the preset. And I'm going to preset 210 just in case I don't get my flaps all the way up. This airplane can keep you busy a little bit. Okay, that's good. And ground gear. I bet the APU is ready to go now. Yeah, it says available. External power goes off. Let's do our fuel pumps. Get all those on. Fuel pumps going on. Let's go ahead and grab those. And pushback helper. And cabin signs can go on. Let's attach the tug. APU bleed can go on. All is right with the world there. Parking brake is on. I can remove the ground power unit. Ground power unit is removed. Let's remove the chocks. Chocks are removed. Let's arm our doors for departure. And that looks good too. Come on over here. And we'll go to the airport. And all is ready. There goes low-vis, about ready to depart the scene of the crime. Hi, Hydrospace. Welcome aboard. Okay, are we ready? Check the ADAS.
90 Alpha, turn right heading 110 degrees. One established mobilizer, runway 15, descend to the glide path.
Information Charlie is now current.
Once established on localized for 15, descending with the glide baby.
1021. There goes low-vis warping out. We got to get going here.
Control 129.430. Bye-bye.
Kia, welcome aboard, and the Airbus pilot's here too. Thank you for coming in today.
Seabed 1980, contact London Control 133.705. Bye-bye.
London Control, hello again from Postman 441, stand 105 at East Midlands. Information, Chuckles is aboard, requesting startup and pushback.
Postman 441, London, hello again, stand 105, push and start approved, face to the west.
Facing west for Postman 441, thanks. Shall we go? Parking brake going on. Bacon is going on. And we're going to face to the west. So that means tail to the left. And as Jackie Gleason once said on his show years and years ago, and away we go.
Easy 198 Papa, London,
Starter.
hello, stand 6, push and start approved, face to the south.
Starting engine number 1. Engine number 1 starts.
Clear control, select 7 flex delta with you, follow 3499
Janek 73 Echo Delta, London, hello, climb now, flight level 310.
Start. Had everything in Boeing mode today. Had everything in Boeing mode.
You can contact Birmingham Tower 118.305. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Birmingham Tower 118.305. Superb vectoring now, and thank you very much and have a lovely evening.
You too, thanks.
London Control, Contract 9010 out of Birmingham, 2,000 feet.
I love how the truck just disappears on you like that. It's tough to say which way. If it's sometimes tail to the west or anything. I thought they said to face west, so that they can have us go out on the Foxtrot taxiway Gulf and take off. So I think it was facing west, so I said tail to the left. And we got a good start there on engine number 1, starting 2. Engine number 2 starts. Well, that spins up. Let's go ahead and get the backup artificial horizon. Hey, Ryan, 83 Bravo. How's it going, Ryan? Did I see over on I saw over on Discord that you said basically 2024 wasn't working for you? Hope it does eventually, but if you've got something good working in 2020, that should be good. So I think with everything that we've gone and done on this particular flight, I'm going to go ahead and fly it, and then we'll go get the 777. How's that sound? Why don't we do it that way? I don't want to miss Copenhagen. Even though apparently their pizza's really expensive there.
Lufthansa 2 Charlie 129.430.
Spy hat. God knows I need a spy hat today. Good start on engine number 2.
London Control 133.705.
Low-vis is already getting handed off. Wow. Starter. APU bleed is off. APU is off. Everything looks groovy up there.
Antronics 5 uniform whiskey.
It's
contact
really
London.
kind of interesting, you know, Ryan. Some people are having a devil of a time with the new flight simulator, and some people, you know, are having a problem with the old one, and it's different on different system. I don't get it. Yeah, creating too many headaches. That's what we don't need, right, Ryan? We don't need headaches. This is supposed to be fun. This is supposed to be fun. Okay, takeoff. Trim's going to be down 0.2.
198 Golf Golf, contact London Control 133.705. Bye-bye.
Lofter Place is having good luck with Sim Update 2. Okay, that looks good. Because I'm so a little bit disjointed here, let's just do it. Prep, fuel, takeoff data, landing, altimeters, parking brake, windows and doors, beacon, parking brake, pitch trim, rudder trim 0, spoilers, slats and flats, ECAM, anti-lice, anti-ice, flight controls, instruments, briefing, set, slats and slats. Okay, I think we're ready to go. I think we're ready to get out of here. Let's get a taxi clearance. Just wanted, Devart is back in chat. Just wanted you to leave some ladies for the rest of us by
Golf Lima Delta, thank you. Start up is approved.
Devers, so, yep, thank you, Dever Arts.
Approved, QNH 1021, Golf Lima Delta.
London Control, Postman 441, pushed and started at 105 at East Midlands, requesting taxi.
Postman 441, taxi, hold a point, Golf 1, runway 09, via Alpha.
Golf 1, runway 09 via Alpha for Postman 441. Okay, got to move the chair up a little bit, take it out of movie mode, and put it into pilot mode. Parking brakes are off. That's on. Nose light is going to go on. I think we're ready to go.
910, redirect Sifter.
Let's go. Lofter flew into LA on the A350 and it didn't even stutter. I do have some stutters here. Oh wow, check out the smoke coming out of the power plant over here. That's interesting. J-Dubs, do you recognize that voice? Sunjammer says that power plant should be closed. Really? So that power plant should not be, steam should not be coming out of those stacks.
Easy Bravo, you can contact London Control now, 129.430, bye-bye.
129.430, take care.
Ryanair 38 Papa Papa, contact London Control 133.705, bye-bye.
I'd forgotten that we'd purchased East Midlands, and that's why I got all excited about using this airport. I thought it'd be a good one for today's 777 flight.
133.705, and on landing, I'll get a hearing test.
Have a good evening. Subject 901, flying flight level 2.
Boy, I'm glad I'm not the only one that needs a hearing test. I'm not kidding.
You too, mate.
Are hearing tests now a part of the code of conduct here? Hi, Black Dog. Welcome in. Lovis has been all vectors out of East Midlands. Really?
I don't believe that, but thank you. Taxi out of Mike 1.
Wet Paint noticed that my airplane does say DEAF.
Postman 441, runway 09, cleared for takeoff, surface wind 050 degrees 8 knots.
Runway 9, clear for takeoff, Postman 441. Warp Factor 10. Wig Bill says the 777's available. Now, I'm going to call that really great timing.
Papa, runway 07,
I'm going to call that really good timing. So, yeah, we are a bit deep on this one. Okay, well, we should be able to go and get it while we're doing this flight, right? Oh, it looks like there's an airplane museum over there. It looks like there's a bunch of airplanes that you can go and walk around and check out.
Good evening, Channel 55.
Irvi says that there it is.
Channel 55, Papa Yankee, London, hello, roger. Tomjet 910.
Are we ready to go?
London Control, 118.480, bye-bye.
Sorry, give me that one again, 118.
480.
Throttles up. El Clocko is rolling.
480, Tomjet 910.
Auto thrust. Hey Kent, welcome aboard. Irvi, the price, isn't it great? We could actually afford to order pizza today and get the new airplane.
Jack 73 Echo Delta, contact London Control 129.430, bye-bye.
That's 129.430, 73 Echo Delta.
Good evening, Shuttle to Juliet, passing.
V1, rotate.
Shuttle 2 Juliet, London, good evening. Climb now, flight level 70.
Flight level 70, Shuttle 2 Juliet.
Positive climb, gear going up.
EZ42 Echo Lima, London, good evening.
Wigbill, I think
Flight level
Lovis was
080.
saying the exact same thing, that this does need an update.
AZ42 Echo Lima,
He
London,
did some
hello,
tests
resume
on it
navigation
earlier
direct to Leicester,
and said,
climb
you
flight level
know,
280.
it was stuttering, and then tried the other airplane, and there were no stutters at all. So I did have a chance to do a little bit of work on my control configuration, so I want to fly by hand a little bit here.
London, hello, roger.
London Control, 310, direct to Kirley, and we are flight 190 now.
Here 1310, London, hello, when ready, descend flight level 150 to be level by Kidley.
When ready, down to flight 150 to be level by Kirley. 310.
The control, Tomjet 36 November, hello, 4,500 to 7,000.
Tomjet 36 November, London, hello, climb now, flight level 190.
Flight level 190, Tomjet 36 November.
Hello London, Royal Air Force Papa Alpha heading 095 degrees and descending to 8,000 feet.
Stand by. EZ42 Echo Lima, stop climb, flight level 200.
Lovis uninstalled it from 2024 and reinstalled it into 2020.
Run F4, Papa Alpha, London, hello, vectoring for the ILS approach runway 09er, turn right, heading 170 degrees.
170 degrees, Royal Air Force Papa Alpha.
Postman 441, squawk mode Charlie.
Mode Charlie for Postman 441. Thank you. At least I don't need to get a hearing test.
133.705.
At least I don't need to get a hearing test.
133.705, Wakefield. Easy 198, Papa approaching 6,000.
Easy 198, Papa, thank you. Climb now, flight level 140.
Flight level 140, be 198, Papa.
Easy 198, Papa, turn right, heading 335.
Right,
Okay, got a
335,
6,000 foot.
Golf Lima Delta, short
Don't want to
line,
bust the
departure.
6,000 foot
Golf Lima
altitude.
Delta, roger, via Mike 1, line up, runway 09er.
On at 09, Golf Lima Delta.
Postman 441, you can contact London Control 133.705. Have a good evening.
133.705 for Postman 441. Thank you so much. Have a good weekend. It won't center the heading. It won't center my heading.
Golf Lima Delta, runway 09, clear for takeoff, surface wind.
133.705, right?
09, clear for takeoff, Golf Lima Delta.
Sonic 55, Papa Yankee D.
133.705, was that it? Yep. Oh, crap. Too high. So much for my piloting skills today. I suck. I'm over 7,000 feet. We're gonna die. This has not been a great day. London Control, good evening from Postman 441. Descending just a bit to hit 6,000. I'm all over the sky. This is really an embarrassing flight. And I didn't do the radio right either. This is why I'm a flight simulator pilot and not a real pilot. 133705. Of course it doesn't like the freaking format. Gosh darn it. Let's try it again. 133.705. And I could hear it. It's climbing again. And it didn't like the format there either. This is why you also need a co-pilot. 133.70 freaking 5.
Behind departing A320, line up behind version 72.
It's going to be one of those days.
Mike, contact Scottish 135.855.
Scottish on 135.855, Blue 20 Charlie Mike. Good afternoon.
Postman 441, are you there?
Postman 441 finally learned how to tune a radio, 6,000 feet.
Postman 441, good evening. Climb now, flight level 120.
Flight level 120, Postman 441.
Shuttle to Quebec, descend flight level 130.
Descend flight level 130, shuttle to
Tomjet 3 Golf Mike, direct to OSEP, climb flight level 270.
Direct to OSEP and climb flight level 270, Tomjet 3 Golf Mike.
Virgin 722, runway 05 left, clear for takeoff, wind 0803.
205 left, clear takeoff, Virgin.
Okay, finally. We got the autopilot, so we can change this. Yeah, I don't have the flaps done yet. I've left the flaps out a little bit, so it wouldn't speed up too fast, because I'm being an idiot. True Demon, welcome back. Thank you for coming in. This was a chaotic departure.
Speedbird
This is a complete and total failure.
Climb now, flight level 190.
It's a good thing tomorrow, today's my Friday,
Passing 1,900.
because I really have no business flying in the sim skies.
Ryanair 98
I know, wet point. I couldn't get that darn clear out of there. Then it left the format thing in. Ha! Computers, right, wet paint? See, these things should really come with spell check, right? That would have been helpful.
21, Ryanair 98 Golf Golf.
Ryanair 21 Mike Lima, runway 05 left, clear to land, wind 0803.
Clear to land 05 left, Air 21 Mike Lima.
Shuttle to Quebec, descend flight level 80.
80 shuttle to Quebec.
Speedbird 44, climb flight level 190.
How about direct to
Mechanic 4 Alpha, if you're with me, it's the Dollop 1
Evson?
Echo arrival for East Midlands. When you're ready, descend flight level 200.
Direct to Evson.
So 1 Alpha arrival and descend flight of 200, chilling.
Nav,
4 Alpha.
profile.
London Control, VG36 Romeo, clear flight level.
Okay,
Easy 36 Romeo,
now
X-ray
we've
London
got
Hello, Digit 1
LNAV
Golf arrival,
going.
Gatwick.
Expecting Desert 1 Golf arrival, VG36 Romeo, clear.
all right.
FedEx 120, contact Scottish 135.530.
This has been a
Scottish
day.
135.530, FedEx 120, thanks.
Loviz is doing
Ryanair
good.
470, when you're ready, descend flight level
Grammarly,
180.
yes, we need Grammarly. That would work.
180, Ryanair 470.
Speedbird 1980, turn right heading north, descend to altitude 3,500 feet.
Turn right, headed north.
Man, you know, this flight was under so much control today.
Speedbird 44, resuming navigation.
It was,
Honolulu,
everything was
contact
going
London
so good, and all of a sudden it
120.025.
all just fell apart.
Full navigation to follow
Maybe I should just turn everything off.
Postman 441, climb flight level 350.
Flight level 350, Postman 441.
Tomjet 3 Golf Mike, nothing further now. 180 Unicom, have a good flight.
Go on Unicom 122
And then start over again at 1900 Zulu? Well, probably can't. I think it's already it's coming up on 1900
Ryanair
Zulu now, right?
470, contact
No,
Dublin
it's only
129,
1842. I could do it all over again and then just erase the video from earlier today. See, that would work out.
Ryanair
Holy moly.
56 Mike, descend flight level
Martin and Frank,
240.
you just are on a stream streak right now over on Twitch. Thanks for being here.
Seabird 1980, turn right, heading 060 degrees, cleared
I
ILS
picked the
approach, runway
wrong
09.
week to quit doing all the things that Lloyd Bridges quit doing in
Ryanair
airplane.
21 Mike Lima, contact ground on 121.855.
Low vis is already exhausted.
Ryanair 98 Golf Golf, turn right, heading 325.
is Isle of Man, 365
Isle of Man, stand by, brake, easy 9900, runway 05 left, clear for takeoff, wind variable at 3.
Okay, so let's see what's in
Shuttle to Quebec,
PMDG
vectoring
off
for
center.
05 left, fly heading 275.
PMDG 777F, not
Ryanair
installed.
2141 behind departing EasyJet A320, line up, runway 05 left behind.
Downloading and installing our new 777.
38 direct back.
New 777 is on the way. I've been plugging back in the flight plan. Yeah, Lovis had a hard departure too because you got vectored, Victor.
Papa, direct back.
You were getting vectored all over the place, weren't you? All right, our new 777 is coming. Let's see. Our flight plan originally was León to Paris. Do we still want to do that, or do we want to do something else today? With apologies to our dispatcher, because I've totally destroyed all of your good work today, and done a lousy job of flying.
Nothing was heard. Confirm direct back. So descend flight level 180. Check your mic.
Apologies, yep, I was on mute like 20 teams.
Yeah, you don't hear that very often. Usually you're begged to mute. Okay, let's see. We've got all sorts of liveries. Aerologic, Air France Cargo, China. It looks like all the liveries that we had earlier. Tim, I don't know about León. I don't remember us going there, and of course, de Gaulle is de Gaulle. It's also going to start getting dark here.
Wind 160 at 4.
So we could look and see where there's ATC, or we could go and do a flight somewhere where there isn't, since it's our first flight. Maybe a good idea.
Add-on British 433.
I didn't have anything in my add-on linker for León.
Yeah, one moment. First, Seabird 45 kilo to London 120.
That's too loud. Man, I am ready for pizza, a favorite beverage, and sitting back in a pub like the Three Broomsticks with friends. Was it the Three Broomsticks? It's more of León than León. León. So that León is France. This one is the other one. The one that we're talking about, I believe, is Italy, right? LELN.
And the British 4337 cleared to Luton via the Quebec 39. Climb initially.
So Irby says here's one that we might use.
674.
LELN.
39, initial climb flight level 70.
That doesn't look half bad.
British 4337, correct.
So we're departing out of Spain for Paris. That's right, Spain.
That would take 08. British 4337.
Jeez, can you put the same ad up 20 times, guys?
All approved. QNH 1022. Report ready for departure. Runway 08.
Push approved. Taxi approved. Wilco. British 4337 on QNH 1022.
I'm just going to go put that into add-on linker because it'll download it and unzip it for me.
Thank you. Climb now.
And just makes it so much easier. Yes, I know you've moved the damn sidebar. Leave me alone.
Ryanair 98 Golf Golf, runway 05 left, clear to land, wind variable at 3.
Clear to land, Ryanair 988 Golf Golf.
Easy 8 to Uniform Bravo.
Okay,
behind,
downloading
landing
that so we can
Ryanair
stick with the
737, 6 mile
flight
final,
from Spain
line up
to
runway
France
05
if we
left
want
behind.
for our next one. Yes, I am
Control
not
easy
a
42
robot.
Lima,
That
flight
is so
level
annoying.
280.
Lovis, I'm
Easy 42
surprised we got all this
hello,
ATC out of the
it's
UK. That's kind of why I wanted to stick
Subscriber
with this.
confirmed.
And
Top
Foggy
clearance
Canadian
granted.
comes to my rescue with a
Loyalty
really
noted.
nice resub today for 44 months. Foggy Canadian, thank you so much for a nice resub and awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights
Hello,
on.
direct to a bevy. What's your requested level?
We'll take 320 now, direct to a bevy 198.
Roger, thanks. Then Easy 8 to Uniform Bravo, you there?
So that would be an Air France cargo for our first flight in the new 777.
Ryanair 38 Papa Papa, contact Dublin 129.180.
Dublin 129, 180, apologies.
No worries, break Magic Sun 12 Quebec Papa, route direct Bagso, contact Dublin 129.180.
Good old Bagso, man, there's a favorite waypoint in the sky. Okay, that looks good.
Uniform Bravo, London, Roger.
And our new 777 cargo liner is downloading even as we speak.
2141, climb now, flight level 120, and report your passing altitude.
90% is done.
Chanix 4 Alpha, fly heading 095, descend flight level 150.
Okay, signs off.
095, descend 150, Chanix 4 Alpha.
Strobes, beacon, nav.
Amsterdam Tower, Venus is
Nose.
easy 120, flight
That
level
all looks
320.
normal. Bleed is good. Pressurization is good. Not killing any of our Wilson volleyballs, and all is right with the world. Yeah, it looks like it stopped at 210 files for me.
025, cleared ILS approach 05 left.
It looks like it might have stopped here.
025, but yeah, if you need further right to establish.
Don't know if there's a way to restart it or not. Just have to
Then
leave it go.
1280, you're not supposed to be with me. Can you check your frequency? Because this is London control. If you're looking for Amsterdam, then you've got the wrong one there. Break Postman 441, route direct to Rennick.
Route direct to Rennick for Postman 441. Thanks.
Easy 9900.
Route direct to Rennick. Oh my gosh. The whole freaking
Yeah, sorry, Talia. It was actually 1347.
route direct to Rennick.
134705. I'll contact 133-705.
There we
I'll
go.
to
Route
I'll
direct
go rest of the
Rennick.
Shuttle 2 Juliet, descend flight level 80.
Japan, I wonder if they stopped at all.
Easy 42 Echo Lima, fly speed 270.
I wonder if they stopped it.
Fly speed 270 knots, easy 42 Lima.
Shuttle 2 Quebec, yeah, if you need further descent, descend to altitude 2,500 feet, further with a glide, and heading 095 to establish.
Install stop. So they did a verify files and it finished.
Ryanair 98 Golf Golf, contact ground on 121.855.
121.855, thank you, Ryanair 98 Golf Golf.
I restarted the app, and we'll see if that works. So, Dem Pork Chops, yeah, I just stopped the app and started it again. Let's see how that works.
Easy 97 Romeo Papa, descend flight level 70 and fly radar heading 265.
Progress. Okay, here we go. I think we're about ready to go feet wet here. It worked for Foggy Canadian too, and Japan got the verify time.
Transavia 18 Mike Kilo, route direct op bed, climb flight level 300.
Climb in flight level 300.
And direct op bed.
Direct up bed, flying.
Nothing to worry about there.
Control level 32, passing 440, 450.
And I think we're actually done with the departure as well.
22, London Control, roger. Route direct to... Hang on, where are you routing to?
Hang on, where are you going to? That's a good one.
Legend 22,
where are you going again?
To Lager.
Right,
Downloading and installing files.
Flight level 230.
Okay, we'll see how it works. Make sure you verify. Yeah, we'll verify too. Well, now I don't have a progress bar. It's just installing and spinning now.
Right, easy 8 to Uniform Bravo, runway 05 left, cleared for takeoff, wind variable at 3.
And Director Rennick.
Ryanair 2141, climb flight level 190.
And let's go back over here. I didn't do any of this stuff.
Flight level 80.
12 miles.
About 82 Optronics 4 Alpha.
Who was the other station?
It's stalling and spinning, yeah. Now it's just installing and downloading and installing, but it's not showing anything.
Reject the Rebel, 666
Ryanair 73 Hotel, routing direct to Donuts, flight level 230.
Ryanair 73 Hotel, hello, Mallard 1 Mike arrival, direct to Wallasey.
Mallard 1 Mike arrival, direct to Wallasey, Ryanair 73 Hotel.
Shamrock 61 Victor, when ready, descend flight level 250, level Dibble.
Looks like there's also updates for the 777 and Flight Sim 2020, and an update in 2024 is available.
Level by Dibble.
Low-vis is stuck in there
Shamrock
too.
61 Victor, be level by
Love
Dibble.
that my reroute flight plan was in VATSIM radar. I just copied and pasted it into Navigraph, so now my route is updated as well.
2141, contact London 120.025.
J.U. Rogers is checking in from Texas today. Hey, J.U. Rogers, welcome aboard. We're 85% done. Remember the last time you can cancel?
135.530.
135.
I'm just going to leave it up here now. So it's processing a bunch of
198
files.
Papa, contact Scottish 135.855.
135.855, easy 198, Papa, station.
Easy 36 Romeo X-ray, contact London 120.025.
London 120.025.
Obviously, we're doing an awful lot here.
Postman 441, contact Scottish 135.530.
135.530 for Postman 441. Thanks.
When ready, descend.
So it did a whole bunch of processing and stuff. And now maybe it's doing a verify. I don't know. Loose Cat says go up to the next one. Yeah, I had an airway that didn't work. Scottish, good evening from Postman 441. Direct Rennick passing flight level 300 for flight level 350.
Postman 441, Scottish Control Center.
Zolex is back in chat. Welcome aboard.
Nordic 438, Scottish Control Center.
I think we can just cruise for a few minutes here. I think we can just chill on this for a minute. All right, so we got a nice view there. Looks like it's going to be mostly water for today's flight, the North Sea. Fortunately, I think it's too cold for alligators, so we don't have to worry about that. Good evening. Olivance is back in chat too. Thank you for coming in. And today has been total chaos. If you came in, said hello, if I missed it, welcome on in. Like I said, it was chaos getting started today. Well, I don't know if it's actually doing anything or not. It's spinning, spinning, spinning. I don't know what is going on. Let's try and put in the Air France cargo livery. No, it won't let me put in the Air France cargo livery. It's clearly, I don't know if it's doing anything or not. Yeah, we usually like to do Copenhagen on our first flight.
Contact Master Radar on 136.465. Bye-bye.
Masterix on 136.465, FedEx 120, thanks.
Yeah, I think I was probably not too patient or something. And I think I may be stuck. I may need to go and try and delete something. I canceled the install. I don't know how to cancel the install right now. It's just, it's processing a bunch of files. So processing. Loviz says just leave it alone. PMDG says it's installed. Okay, cool. Let's go get a livery. So we're doing an Air France cargo to start. FGUOC. FGUOC. All right, so that's going to be our flight into Paris. F.GUOC. Okay, so we got that one in there. I'm going to guess after that we're going to go over to the U.S. So we're going to need a FedEx, right? Okay, we got a couple of... Oh, we got to have the Panda plane. Got to have the Panda plane for our FedEx flight. Okay, so Panda plane is November 892 FD. Because it's unbearably cute and we like bears. Hi, Eclipse. Eclipse was our dispatcher this week. Eclipse, I have made a total mess of your nice flight plan today. I got a little bit too carried away with the possibility of the 777 coming, and the 777 didn't show up, and then it did. So there you go. We're still doing León to Paris, and then we'll go and get in some trouble in the U.S. Assuming my Panda jet, it's stuck on the download there. All right, so we got those ready to go. Do I have a flight in mind for the FedEx? I was going to wait and see where there was ATC. You know, FedEx, of course, is Memphis to somewhere. We could take it up. There's FedEx all over the place. We could depart out of Orlando. We can depart out of Memphis. We could depart out of Denver. We could do... there's a huge FedEx at Ontario, California. When in doubt, always choose the bamboo-addicted murder bear liver. That's good. Man, it's not getting the panda bear livery. Come on, we have to have our unbearably cute bear. Oh. All right. Okay, hey, we're level at flight level 350. We are 410 miles away from Copenhagen. Baston Center will be on until 8:30. So there's a FedEx terminal in Baston. We could FedEx out of Baston, carrying a very big shipment of clam chowder and Sam Adams. You Wigbill remoted into your gaming PC. There's Nantucket approach. We are flying, right? It is working, right? I haven't frozen this up too. Oh, we also wanted to go and do... a flight into Martha's Vineyard. See, there's an update for our 777 passenger liner.
Bonsoir, Air Canada, Air Europa Lady, flight level 3.
Uh-oh, Scottish has got a problem.
Scottish Control, Blue Mag 7 Hotel, 727, push start.
And let's see, fuel prediction, 6.5. If we come over to the flight plan says panic fuel, final reserve and alternate is 4.2. We've got plenty of fuel. Mathis Vineyard is a little too small for the 777. Well, I understand the bamboo addicted part. I'm not entirely sure about the murder bear part. I didn't. Do these bears get a little bit rough? Now, my guess is we don't need to update liveries, otherwise it would say so, right? Okay, so here's the F. We just got this one. I have an Air France. I was trying to get the pan delivery, and it wasn't working. FedEx pan delivery. There comes the pan delivery.
Scottish Shallow Easy 3710, inbound town British flight level 160.
Okay, now what kind of trouble should we look for? See what's going on VATSIM. Okay, there's the old flight plan. Hey, we got the pan delivery now. Pandas can be insanely dangerous as well. I think all animals are going to be insanely dangerous when guarding cubs, right? I think they're all going to kind of be like that. Loviz is already talking to...
Subscriber confirmed.
Gamer
Top
Taurus
clearance
comes to the
granted,
rescue
agent.
with a very, very
Loyalty
nice
noted.
resub. Gamer Taurus, thank you for a 22-month resub and some nice jet fuel in the flight plan. So, let's see. That has been Ridux, Foggy Canadian, and Gamer Taurus. Thank you for some great support, and as usual, awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here. Okay, I think we've got all the cargo liners that we need for today. Something like famous last words. Welcome to the spy flight. I can't decide if famous last words or not great, not terrible should be the official name for the flight. Our motto. Either that or maybe just "We's gonna die." Looks like it's gonna start to get a little blazing here. Let's turn down these monitors just a bit. And then I also like to come down and do these as well so I can read the numbers. Famous last words for 1,000. Don't know why it is that so many of our mottos are tied to the HBO miniseries Chernobyl. Okay, all of that looks good as the light starts to. Loviz is getting FedEx points for this date, for this flight. So Loviz is flying right now for the FedEx virtual airline.
Black Hotel, Roger Cross, runway 1735, taxi holding point Delta 1, runway 07.
Yes, we all got irradiated. Well, what a lot of Americans don't realize is particles from the Chernobyl explosion 3 weeks later showed up in Washington and Oregon. We all live in the same planet.
After Blacker, route direct to Largo for RB.
Tim J says that pandas can sneak up on you if you're wearing a headset. Loviz says that FedEx flies a 757 on this route, so I was able to do a jump seat flight. You know what? When the Bluebird 757 cargo liner comes out, you're going to be able to fly all the FedEx routes. That's going to be a nice one for you. Okay, 363 miles. I think we can actually sit back and chill just a bit. Let's see, I could go and put in... Loviz wants a 767. I think that's probably on the Bluebird list of things to do. Probably not anytime soon. Sorry. But I think that's on the list. Okay, saved airframes. We're going to add a few. Let's see, B77F. Okay, so we've got Austrian, Delta. I know I've got at least one in there. Oh, I think it's an L, right? Yeah, it's an L, not an F. It's an L. Okay, so I've got one for DHL and FedEx. We got to change our FedEx livery, though, to this. Good Abend, Wesley. It just dropped over here, so the 777 freighter is now available. Okay, so Air France is it doesn't tell me what kind of engines it has. These don't tell us what the engines are. So, okay, are they like all the same? So this one had GE, I guess they all have GE 90s. And the call sign for the Panda plane is 892 FD. 892 FD, Loviz says that's the same. And Loviz says they're all the same. It's GE 90 engines. Okay, so we need to go and add in an Air France one. Okay. So this is going to be a B77L. GE 90s.
After departure, right turn direct to Ringer, climb to altitude 5,000 feet.
After departure, right to Ringer.
Well, this one says F. The L is over here. I guess the L is going to be the cargo version, and the F is going to be, it's the same thing, but it's the freighter.
Oh, sorry.
I think. Let's see. The Fs are all the same to be different. Boston is staffed tonight, so maybe depart Boston. Okay. And we can stop saying engines. They fancy rotisserie bird cookers. How about an Aerologic, a German cargo? I was gonna go with the. I was going to go with Lufty Cargo. I know they're all transferring it over to Aerologic, but Lufty Cargo's cool. Okay, so this one is going to be...
441, contact Maastricht radar 136.465, can I?
136.465 for Postman 441. Thanks, have a good week.
Reinforcements incoming. More agents joining the spy flight.
136.465. And that is Maastricht radar. I'm cheating big time right now. I'm right-clicking on the frequency in vPilot to change my frequencies. Flight Director just did a raid. Hey, Flight Director. Hey, Raiders. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming by today. Maastricht radar, good Abend from Postman 441. We are level at flight level 350, direct Rennick.
Postman 441, Maastricht, hello. Radio contact.
Okay. Okay, let's come back. I click on the frequencies all the time, so I should not feel too busy. Okay, this is going to be Air France Cargo. Air France. I wonder if Air France Cargo has a different call sign. So Air France Cargo.
Maastricht radar, FedEx 120.
Air France KLM Martinair.
FedEx 120, maximum 7 minutes of full sleep attack. Roger, we'll call back FedEx 120.
AFR would be the main airline. Buster needs food. Oh, for sure. Pratt PT, Air Berlin, I don't think had a cargo version. OC3 shows the passenger version. Could it be wrong? Mr. Jazz, why don't you exit out and exit back in? It should update. Air France KLM. Wikipedia, Air France KLM Martin Air Cargo. So if it's all part of a group, I guess. And Air France and KLM joined forces, but I guess they use their, so KLM would use KLM and AFR, so it's going to be an Air France. AFR. Okay, so it's just going to be Air France Cargo, AFR. Okay. Call tail number is F. So our civil registration is there. GUOC. We'll call that a FIN number. I'm going to guess they probably operate their airplanes in pounds. In kilos, I mean. Martin Air KLM is flying with 747, and they're going to be flying the A306. Really? Mr. Jazz says it's not updating. It sounds all now. You're using the new one, right? You're using the new version of.
Subscriber confirmed.
You're using the
Top
one that
clearance
looks like
granted,
this,
agent.
right, Mr. Jazz?
Loyalty noted.
Tom Sek is in. Good knob and Tom Sek. Welcome aboard. Tom Sek's been here for 14 months with a resub. Hey, thank you for keeping me going, Tom Sek. Thank you for always coming in, checking in, saying hi, telling us how things are in Frankfurt. I hope you're doing good. Have a wonderful evening. I know it's Monday. There's still got to be some good food, right? Somebody has cookies. I did make some chocolate chip cookies this morning. Okay, everything looks good here. So yeah, Mr. Jazz, if it's this, your list should look like this now. Maybe it needs to be updated, Mr. Jazz. And I don't know how to do that. Check your settings also. Make sure there isn't anything funky in your settings. You know, it should go your community folders, that kind of deal. But it should there. So I've got an update. I have an update over here in FS 2020. And the install build for the passenger version is 2.04108. So your passenger version is good, but it's not. So you've got your passenger version, but not the 777F. Mr. Jazz, did you have the 777F in Flight Sim 2020?
Master Radar, FedEx 120, we're back.
Did you have it in 2020? Because if you didn't have it in 2020, then I think you have to go buy it for 2024. If you had it in 2020, it's free in 2024. Mr. Posh Martin is here. Hi, Mr. Posh Martin. Hey, I hope you got a great week ahead. All right, 3 cheers to PMDG for the way that you can get new airplanes from them. Absolutely outstanding the way it works. Okay. Asobo counters by releasing Captain Sim 777-300. Really? I'm sorry. This has been a crazy day for me, so if I'm giggly, goofy, whatever, I mean, I'm easily amused right now. Really, Martin? They did that? I'm sorry, that's just hilarious to me. Yeah, you bet. It's on the marketplace. Eclipse, have we flown out of Manchester, New Hampshire? It will have ATC and flies FedEx, Philly, and Newark. Cooper is here. No idea about him out of Manchester. Why don't we try and stick with airports that we all might have, though, if possible? I know you like to go to some new ones, but let's not download any more new things. I've already downloaded one. Oh, and I've got to go and get León. I need to put León in there. Hang on a sec. Add-ons, Wind Sailor. And there should be León in scenery now. And I need to go and activate it. Hang on. Eclipse doesn't have any sceneries installed. Yes. Okay. And let's go and put in León. And that is LELN. And there is our freeware for León. All set and ready for our next flight. Okay, good. And that's going to be our Air France. Loviz looks like holding at Lugas. Okay, thanks, Loviz. So, over here on Navigraph, on the arrival at Lugas, here we all are. So, inbound is 073. Let's do it right now. Let's pop it in. So, let's try and put in a hold. Flight plan. We're going to look for Lugas. There's Lugas, so click Lugas. Click hold. And then you have to sing Hold Me from Fleetwood Mac while you put in the data. Inbound is 073. 073 degrees.
Gelbart is at level 170.
There we go. We are making left turns. And let's see. 1.5. I think all of that is good. And let's insert. And now we've got the hold at Lugas. So we're good to go there no matter what. Okay. Get some bubble tea. Mango bubble tea is what I need, or is that what you got?
Yeah, we are
When you turn on a scenery and does it only load? You have to reload the game. You have to completely go out of the game and then go back into the game. Loviz, you pre-programmed the hold. Boy, it's a good thing I'm not planning on doing anything that requires this tomorrow, because I'm in big trouble today. Pre-loaded the hold. Very Arbitrary is checking in from Great Falls app. Hey, Mary Arbitrary. Oh, Great Falls approach. Say it again and again and again. Mr. Posh Martin, yeah, I don't know why I can't say it. And Loviz is doing a step descent. Great Falls, Montana approach. Is that where you are, Mary Arbitrary? Did you transfer to Montana? I don't know. So Mary Arbitrary is working in Great Falls, Montana.
Contact 1, B4725.
That's Salt Lake, right, Mary Arbitrary? Because you work over there. There's an okay scenery for Bozeman in Montana. Beyond that, Mary Arbitrary, I don't know any really good sceneries or anything. Sim Caesar always likes to go into Kalispell. Beyond that, there's not an awful lot. of stuff that I've seen for Big Sky Country.
65 Maastricht, identified. Scanning in 6524, spacing and sequencing, turn left heading 3 bombs.
Spacing left turn heading.
Okay, nothing else really to worry about here. Yeah, definitely brain frazzle today on this. Well, I was trying to do too much. I mean, these airplanes are pretty complex, and we're just doing an awful lot of stuff with them. And trying to do new airplanes. Let's go and clean up some stuff here. I still need to download Phasmophobia.
8 contact Copenhagen control 136.485. Bye-bye.
136.485. Goodbye.
Okay, so we have Air France cargo, León to Paris, and then we're going to figure out something for our FedEx flight after that.
Postman 411 Maastricht.
Postman 441.
Yeah, 441 of course. It seems like you're a little bit offset. Confirm your inbound to Athens.
I've got inbound Tudelo. I must have gotten off of that somehow.
Yeah, that's also fine. Continue.
Continue inbound Tudelo. I must have, well, I don't know how it is that we got past the other waypoint, but inbound Tudelo for Postman 441.
Good evening, Maastricht Center is zeroing 19.
Let's see, there's only one in Simba. Cedo Air, welcome aboard. Good to see you. Tudelo 3 Alpha 4 left and enter the hold at Lugas as published. So Loviz says that's exactly what we're ready to go. Mr. Posh Martin is doing a maiden flight in the 787-9 from Toronto to München tomorrow, and you're flying Air Canada.
My LNAV stopped working.
Mr. Posh Martin, is that a real flight or a, or are you doing a maiden flight in the on VATSIM or something?
Good evening, Danish 498, flight of LELN,
Oh, it's in Microsoft Flights. Okay. Well, good luck with that, Mr. Posh Martin. That'll be cool for you. So I guess I jumped a waypoint here. I jumped a waypoint.
134375 for Lufthansa Cz Echo. Danke, tschüss.
So I heard a Dunka chow and a Dunka cheers. Got a top of descent coming up here pretty quick. I don't know how it is that this thing got, how I got advanced one. I thought we were direct to Rennick.
I call you back. That would be Tango. Yeah, Tango Delta. Tango Uniform Delta is expecting.
Okay, what else can I do? We know that they're going to use the left side for arrivals. So 110.5. 110.5. And then 037. I did not hear about tornadoes in Denver. I knew there were tornadoes elsewhere. I didn't know they were that close to the Front Range. Didn't know that they had them in Denver. 213 is R. 213 is minimums. And 15 and 20 is what I usually do in this airplane. And ground proximity warning system is set over there. Mr. Posh Martin is going to be flying in 2020. Okay, 80 miles to top of descent. We got all that in. And we're direct to Tudelo. We've got the hold in. We got everything up here. I think we're in good shape. The next flight's going to be easier, right? It's going to be an easygoing flight. Let's see. We're going to have to set up cockpit views on this one. So if you've been wanting to see, you know, generally how cockpit views get set up, we'll have to do that when the airplane's probably going to take a little bit more time to load in because, you know, the WATSIM stuff is going to be a deal. So we'll have to do that. Looks like we're almost ready to go feet dry.
Quicksand Hotel Alpha, descent flight level 280 at 2,500 feet per minute or greater.
280 at 2,500 feet per minute or greater, Eurostar Hotel Alpha.
Skyline 652, contact Corp main control 133, decimal 155, bye-bye.
133155. Is that going to be next for us?
Ryanair 959er, Bravo, flight level 370.
Ryanair 959er, Bravo, Maastricht identified.
I'll bet that's what we get to do next is going to be Copenhagen. So we've got a new airport for León. Be sure you also load in the fix file for the default scenery of Paris de Gaulle. Otherwise, you'll have very big bumps.
134, decimal 375, bye.
A busy night. We've got 1,675 pilots flying. A busy night in the sim skies.
Subscriber confirmed. Top
Another
clearance
very
granted,
nice
agent.
resub today. It's
Loyalty
Black
noted.
Dog. Hey, Black Dog, thanks for the resub. Black Dog has been here for 18 months. Black Dog, thanks for the nice resub. Thank you for some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for being in today and helping me to keep the lights on and stuff. Thank you. Okay, what else can we do? Not gonna need the McDo. Oh boy, pizza. Actually, I should probably confess today. So today is actually like if I had an actual work week and stuff. This is my Friday. So got up. It was chilly and rainy outside, so I made coffee. And it was chilly and rainy, and I thought, what do I want to do for breakfast? And it's chilly and rainy outside. And I just went over and I got a pizza out of the freezer and cooked a pizza for breakfast today. Wig Bill saw, a video on Sim Update 3. The loading times are better. Really? I do want to be able to download just a little bit more content, but I know the rock and roll breakfast of Australia. I just felt good. Irby has corned beef and onion pie with coleslaw tonight. You realize, Irby, that what's going to happen, right? Your jokes are going to get kind of corny. Oh, that was supposed to be the drum beat. I hit the wrong button. This is not a good day for me to be in charge of like airplanes and stuff. Low-vis is in the hold. Yeah, pizza that'll do it today. That was great. Meatballs and marinara sauce and spaghetti was really good last night. And something has started a level 1 hype train. I think that was probably you, Black Dog. Black Dog, thanks for starting a hype train, along with your 18-month resub. Thanks for some extra support.
5 minutes out of cockpit.
Let's see if anything's going on at our other 2 airports. So we're going out of Spain, and it's going to be
Intel secured. Every bit helps. Thanks, Agent.
Mr. Posh Martin did some cheers because of the hype train. Hey, Mr. Posh Martin, thank you for the rock and roll breakfast. I thank you for that. That would be, that's nice. Thank you for rock and roll breakfast. That's what we need, rock and roll breakfast here.
Thank you.
Okay, it's going to be LELN. LELN. There's LEBL. LEAL. I need to look that one up.
Sunfly level 280, Ryanair 959 Bravo.
Lift 2A7, contact
LELN.
175, bye.
LFPG. Okay, LELN is right about here.
Postman 441, contact Corp Main Control 136, dismiss 485. Nice hand, bye-bye.
136485 now for Postman 441. Thanks so much. Have a good week. 136485. And this is Copenhagen. Florian's back. Hi, Florian. Welcome aboard. Okay, I don't see any specific ATC for where we're going out of. I do see a little bit of ATC at Paris. Paris is 9 right, 8. Arrival runways are 9 right and 8 right. 09 right and 08 right for Paris.
3000, expecting runway 27 on the call.
281 Alpha, good evening.
Florian, this was a really nice gift from Loviz when Loviz went to to tour the real Airbus factory and got to see them making real Airbuses.
441, Copenhagen, identified, descent flight level 290.
Flight level 290 now for Postman 441, thanks.
Scandinavian 320 to contact Copenhagen.
Loviz says there is a nice sunset tonight in the hold.
55.
Loviz says a nice sunset. Look at those really big engines on that 777. A very big airplane for sure. So the flight from León to Paris is going to be about a 516-mile flight. I know, the 777's a pretty cool airplane.
Contact 455, contact Polaris 127, this is 255.
Qantas Sim Pilot's back with us. Hi, Qantas Sim Pilot. Welcome aboard. Qantas Sim Pilot, we're doing León to Paris, and then after that we're going to just look and see where there's some ATC and figure out a place to go and do something in the U.S. with our new 777 cargo liner. Cargo piloting today.
Thank you. Giant 74 Lima, contact Polaris 127, 255.
Polaris on 127, 255, copy up.
Snow Cap 195.
Snow Cap, that's a new call sign. I haven't heard that one on the frequency before.
Switch 117 Golf from Udina, clear is Studio approach runway 27, QNH 1019.
Match 1019 from Udina, clear is Studio runway 27, this one on the Golf.
Postman 441, contact Copenhagen 133.155.
133.155 for Postman 441, thanks.
Contact 455, Copenhagen.
133.155.
Scandinavian 652.
I recognize this voice.
60.
Hey, the hype train just wrapped up. Thank you for a little bit of extra support and a great way to start the week. Thanks for helping me to keep this going.
FedEx 120, descent flight level 200.
Oh, that's Loviz in the hold.
FedEx 120. Euro Wings 9 Hotel Alpha, descent flight level 220.
220 Euro 9 Hotel Alpha.
Copenhagen, good evening from Postman 441 at flight level 290, direct to León.
Postman 441, Copenhagen Control, hello, identified. You're cleared to Kilo 3 Alpha, arrival, expect runway 04 left.
Postman 441 now cleared for the Tudlo 3 Alpha arrival for runway 04 left.
Postman 441 and at Lucas, enter the hold as published and you can descend to flight level 280.
Flight level 280 now for Postman 441, and at Lugas we will enter the hold as published. Which we've already entered in because Lovis clued us in on it. Lovis clued us in on that one, so there we go. Do I know anything about the EGNX throttle quadrant by KB Sims? No, I'm afraid I don't know anything about that.
Rejoin the star.
Do not know anything about that, no.
Turn direct to Kilo Oscar Romeo and...
wow, there was a roll on that Romeo.
Scandinavian 652. Exit the hold, left heading 160 degrees, down to flight level 120.
Okay, flight level 280, looking good. Nope, Airbus pilot, I haven't heard of that one. The throttle that I'm kind of keeping an eye out on is the one from Win Wing. Tim J wants to know, could it instead be VKB instead of GNX? Or KB Sims VKB? Lovis has some VKB stuff, I think, and so does JSG Droid.
FedEx 120, descent flight level 180.
180, FedEx 120.
Eurowings 9 Hotel Alpha, descent flight level 200.
Flight level 200, Eurowings 9 Hotel Alpha.
Scandinavian 320, descent flight level 220.
Descending 220, Scandinavian 320.
I don't think so, Tim J. Maybe in a bit. That's unfortunately the part of that is a little bit beyond me right now, so I don't know about that one.
Scandinavian 652, left turn direct.
Lovis has the VKB Gladiator for the side stick. And whenever somebody goes into Lovis's simulator cockpit, Lovis can say, "Do you like movies about gladiators?" Because he's got a gladiator, right? How does that sound, Lovis? Yeah. Man, even the jokes are working. I think I should turn off the microphone, turn off the camera, just play music.
160, FedEx 120.
Yeah, would you just do that?
Scandinavian 652, contact approach 119.805. Bye-bye.
You need to recharge. Yeah, I'm definitely planning on doing that. I've got only one thing on the to-do list. The one thing on the to-do list is about a year from now, my passport is due to expire. So I haven't. I'm going to go and renew my passport. So I'm going to have to, put on a nice shirt and do the picture. I think it's $130 to renew, and you can do it all online. So that's going to be my goal for tomorrow.
180.
That, and there was one of the episodes of a show I was watching that I didn't pay attention to that I need to watch.
Affirm. Exit the hold. Left heading 180.
T-Bird's here. Hi, T-Bird. With the silly little guy emote. I know, it's Pokey Pikachu. I just call it the silly little guy. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. Welcome aboard. Thank you for being here. Okay, coming up on 20 miles. We need to get ready to start slowing it down a little bit so that we can get closer to our green dot speed. Prodigy is leaving Netflix. I didn't see that one. The only one of the new ones that I saw was Picard, and I just saw that recently. Loviz says that the hold wasn't too long today.
EGNX Hotel Alpha, descent flight level 160.
Flight level 160, EGNX Hotel Alpha.
Scandinavian 320, descent flight level 190.
777 cargo flying. T-Bird is back from the doctor's appointment.
Postman 441, descent flight level 220.
Flight level 220 now for Postman 441. Hope it was an okay doctor visit, T-Bird. And the doctor was nice to you and, you know, gave you a lollipop and everything, you know, whatever the doctors do. Okay, now we need to start slowing her down even more for the hold.
FedEx 120, continue left turn direct Kilo Oscar Romeo, rejoin the star.
Continue left turn direct Kilo Oscar Romeo and join the star, FedEx 120.
FedEx 120, contact approach 119.805, happy landing.
Approach on 119.805, FedEx 120, thanks a lot.
Copenhagen Control Good, Red Nose 3640.
I still crack up at Red Nose.
109.
What a great name for just Red Nose. Vinyl Rabbit has got an issue with the CRJ. All the they stopped doing anything. 30 minutes into the flight, all the controls in Vinyl Rabbit's cockpit stopped. Are you having by any chance a USB disconnect at some point? Yeah, Irvi, it sounds like a WASM crash to me too.
Flight level 210.
Flight level 210, Postman 441. Green dot is just above 200, just below 230 knots. And that's going to be our slowest clean speed, and that's our, I guess, our most fuel efficient speed for the hold. Actually, I think the only thing that I think that WASM does for us is provide crashes and problems. The rest of the time, it just sort of sits there. I'm sure it does something else. I'm clearly in that kind of a mood, I guess. Okay, we're in the hold in the A300. And I got the new flight plan put in. This was actually, despite the chaos, and believe me, there was a lot of chaos. Despite all the chaos, I gotta tell you, this worked out really good. It does most of everything else that nobody would use. Oh, okay. What do you do to fix it? Vinyl Rabbit, I would, at this point, since if this is happening every time, I would go into the community folder and delete the airplane. Just delete it completely. Download a new copy and see what happens. Maybe delete the liveries. Continue the descent, flight level 190 for Postman 441. I think that's where your spot, where it is right now. Just delete the airplane, start over. Maybe delete the liveries that you might have downloaded too. Our hold is perfect right now. What else can I do? Nothing else. Getting ready for a really, really nice... It's the Aerosoft CRJ? Yeah, okay. So delete the Aerosoft CRJ from your community folder. Go back to Aerosoft, get a new one, pop it in, and see what happens.
Eurowings 9 Hotel Alpha, contact approach 119.805, happy landing.
Up to approach 119.
Always like a happy landing.
9 Hotel Alpha, thank you very much, good night.
Copenhagen Control, good evening, Lufthansa 825, timing 1900 and 1 Miko.
Okay, we've got our 777 all set and ready to go. We've got the 2 liveries that we want. I downloaded an airport for León in Spain. And we know that Paris is landing on 9 right and 8 right.
Ryanair 981, Copenhagen Control, hello, identified. You are cleared 203 Alpha, arrival expected runway 04 left.
203 Alpha, arrival runway 04 left, Ryanair 981.
Ryanair 981 and at Lucas, enter the hold as published. Descent to flight level 227.
We're on loop number 1 right now.
Flight level 220, Ryanair 981.
And we'll do a fuel check when we get to Lugas again, like we always do. And so far, so good there. Vinyl Rabbit, you've had this kind of an issue before, so before when you did it, when you went and downloaded a whole new airplane, that worked? It said that I had a message up there, but I think that was just left over from earlier. Do you have to deal with WASM crashes in the Sublogic flight sim? Sadly, it was so long ago I've forgotten. I don't think we had to deal with WASM crashes like that. I don't think we had to deal with WASM crashes like that. Okay, coming up on Lugas. When we get to Lugas, we're going to write down our fuel. Our fuel right now is 6.2. So we'll write down fuel. And then we'll write it down again at the end. We'll write it at the end. Flight level 160 for postman 441. Rhino Rabbit has not had the issue. Okay. It's my fault. I'm probably not doing a good job of reading. There's the big bridge. The big bridge. Not night. And I think that this is both a car and a train bridge. So this is if you do certain train trips, you'll go over this bridge. Orson Bridge, right? Olivance? Loviz says a nice approach tonight. And Loviz sees all the departing traffic, and James the Catcher's got pizza today too.
You have a speed restriction. You can resume normal speed.
Roger. Yeah, I was on holding speed. Resuming
Just wanted to be sure.
Cedo Air, I believe that's it. I think so. All events knows for sure, recognizes that.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent.
Really nice
Royalty
resub from
noted.
Waterwell. Waterwell's been here for 5 months. Waterwell, thanks for the nice resub. Thanks for coming to my rescue, keeping it going. Thank you for being here for 5 months and some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep it all going. James wants to know if pineapple belongs on pizza. I actually don't mind it. There are some, though, that have a real problem with it. All events, the Øresund Bridge, it connects Copenhagen, Denmark, and Malmö in Sweden. And you are correct. Half of the bridge is, it connects to the island, and then the rest of the bridge is a tunnel. Wow. Waterwell, that was not a stupid question. There are no stupid questions here. Look, this is Flight Sim. These are... I was kind of sitting back last night, just really kind of wiped out from yesterday and stuff. And it's like, these things...
Flight level 130.
Flight level 130 for Postman 441. These things are complex. Okay, there's loop 2. Fuel is 6.0. So, loop number 2 and fuel is 6.0. So what we'll do is if we continue to loop, we'll write down our fuel and subtract it and figure out how many more loops we can do before we're going to run out of fuel. But no, Waterwell, there are no real stupid questions. These are complex. And our world with VATSIM and stuff, it's getting more complex too. And so I kind of feel like, no, there are no stupid questions here. I mean, we're doing stuff that real world airline pilots are expected to do. And they've got, you know, really good training and teachers and stuff like that. You know, we're doing it, making it up on our own. So seriously, give yourself credit for this. There are no stupid questions. Olived says the Swedish part of the connection is the bridge itself, and the Danish part is the tunnel. You may have them flipped up. Oh, really? Oliveds. So it's a joint, the bridge is sort of a joint operation. And am I right about that? It's for car traffic and train traffic? So if you're taking a train from Copenhagen to Malmö or longer, you'll go over the bridge and probably have a really nice view. Yes, you can take the train over the bridge. Okay. Tic Tac. Art link letter to Tivoli with Walt Disney. Walk through an amusement park. Oh, that is actually a real story. Yes, Tic Tac. Yeah, Walt got ideas from this really, really great theme park. It was back in 1951. And I think it was a theme park called Tivoli. And Walt was really, really impressed with how clean it was, how nice it was, and Walt jotting down all sorts of notes like that, trying to, because, you know, had big ideas then. Waterwell is going to go to a PC. You know what? I think you're going to have a lot more fun in the sim, Waterwell. There's a lot more to do like that. Olived says, yes, actually go under the bridge. The track is suspended beneath the road of the bridge. The track is suspended beneath the bridge? Tic Tac, it's in the heart of Copenhagen. Cedo Air is updating your system.
Nothing further, continue on advisory.
I think that 2024, it runs better for me on my system than Flight Sim 2020. So I like 2024. That being said, there's some people that are having a hell of a time getting 2024 to work for them. You know, Sibby has got you know, a little bit more powerful system than mine, and City can't get 2024 working at all. So everybody's system's a little bit different, and that's been a problem for her and other people too. Ryan has been having a hard time with it and said enough of this 2024 and is going back to 2020. So several people are dealing with that. I think it's, you know, if you've got a new system and stuff, it probably should work just fine. Typing is hard. Yeah, thank goodness I'm not trying to type anything today. That would be a disaster. And our hold is going pretty good. Olivant says that Tivoli Gardens is one of the oldest amusement parks in the world. Really?
Scandinavia 320 speed 227 knots. 220 knots, Scandinavian speed. Scandinavian 320, contact approach 119.805 with speed. 119.805 Scandinavian.
And 13,000 feet.
441, exit the hold, left heading 140 degrees, down to flight level 127.
Descend down to flight level 120, and we're going to exit the hold with a left turn, heading 140 degrees for Postman 441. Okay, so we're not going to need to do our little fuels. So we basically did 1.5 loop-Ds. So we don't need to do any more hold fuel calculations. You're going to do the game on Steam. There are people in the spy flight. They're doing it on Steam or from the store. I got it from the store, so I think it's whatever works best for you. Neil Barnaby is in chat.
441, further left heading 100.
Further left turn, heading is now 100 for Postman 441. 100. Next flight is León in Spain. We're going up to Paris in the brand new 777 cargo liner. The Microsoft store is the one I bought it from. But Neil Barnaby says that was well worth it. It was easy for me doing the Microsoft store in Windows 2. It was just fine. I don't know what it's going to be like for you, but... And
Copenhagen, Alpine 7939, descending to flight level 290.
Good. Postman 441, proceed direct Kilo Oscar Romeo, rejoin the star.
Direct Kilo Oscar Romeo, rejoining the star. Postman 441.
Alpine 7939, Copenhagen Control, hello, identified. You are clear 203 Alpha, arrival expect runway 04 left.
203 Alpha, 04 left, Alpine 7939.
Okay. We have rejoined the star. I tell you what, this, you know, if you've never done a hold before, this event that we're flying in right now, Vectors to Copenhagen, I think everybody gets a chance to do a couple loops in the hold, loops of a hold. So this is a great place to learn how to do this. Loviz is going in. Happy landing.
Foxtrot 412, Copenhagen Control, hello, identified.
Happy landings, Loviz.
280.
Climb flight level 280, Foxtrot 412.
Postman 441, contact approach 119.805, and thank you for flying to Copenhagen tonight.
119.805 for Postman 441. Thank you so much for the fun event. Have a good week. 119er decimals 555 805.
195, further left heading 040.
And that is approach.
Fine, Envoy 7, could I get a heading for that?
Information Hotel is current.
Left heading of 1 Christian 200. Left 200, thank you very much, Envoy 7.
Copenhagen, good evening from Postman 441. We are direct to Kilo Oscar Romeo at 12,000 feet with Information Hotel.
Bye-bye. Postman 441 approach below identified. Information hotel is current. Expect ILS approach and way 0 for left via radar vectors. Descent level 80.
Descending level 80, expecting the ILS 04 left via radar vectors. Postman 441.
And November 7, turn left heading 170. Left 170 now.
Cedo Air. I think it kind of just depends on you, what you prefer. If you like using Steam, like I use Steam for several other games. Not all of them, but it's good for a lot of folks.
Hotel Alpha, proceed direct Charlie Hotel 727 to rejoin the star. Descend altitude 4,000 feet, Copenhagen QNH 1017.
Direct Charlie Hotel 727 to rejoin the star, descend 4,000 feet, QNH 1017, Euro 9, come over.
It's so nice to be flying along in the daylight. I'm probably going to fly the 777 flight, the Paris flight in daylight. Going to change the clock on that.
Right, saying 100 from
10,000 feet. This would be perfect if we were going into Frankfurt. Okay, better concentrate on the flight, not the music, right? Actually, we're supposed to be at 250 knots here. After exiting the star, I had manual controls, so we're supposed to kick it up just a little bit here. Or so, Tim J says that this would be good music for an arrival into Switzerland. Hey, dogs. So far, so good. Actually, dogs, this is a good event. This is a good event. One for you to try sometime. Next is León to Paris. Olivant says there's pubs in Denmark that'll play this too, so this is good for Denmark. It reminds Cedo Air when Cedo Air went to München.
Copenhagen approach, good evening, 321 flight level 140, speed 250.
First, Lufthansa 241, turn right heading 190.
Right, heading 190, Lufthansa 241.
EC321 approach hello, identified, information hotel is current, expect ILS approach, runway 0 for left, via radar vector.
Well, probably better not. I have a feeling the copyright police would have something to say about that, Tim J. Lovis says is on short final and says it is a lovely sunset tonight.
241, proceed direct Charlie Hotel 727 to rejoin the star. Descend altitude 4,000 feet, Copenhagen QNH 1017.
Direct Charlie Hotel 727 to join the star and down to 4,000 feet.
No, we did exit the hold. There is a Hofbräu house, and they're always playing that kind of music, for Cedarware says. Yeah, it gets dark early on Flight Sim.
Squawk 1441.
Squawk 1441, Scandi 19 Yankee.
Seaman 461, turn right,
Hotel
heading
is
100.
still current.
100.
Ryanair 981, Vector 120.
First Seaman 320, turn right, heading 020.
Right heading 230, Scandinavian 320.
And turn right, turn 020.
020, Scandinavian 320.
Your range 9 Hotel Delta, contact final on 120.205, call sign only.
Final 120.205, call sign only, Euro 9 Hotel Alpha, good day.
Seaman 19 Yankee, approach radar identified, information hotel is current.
Tumi Brasco is back in chat. Welcome in, Tumi Brasco. Welcome back, and happy Monday.
Canadian 19 Yankee, expect ILS 04 left via vectors at leave airport.
There's a lot of ATC for Moncton Monday. Oh, really? Thanks for telling us, dogs. Maybe we'll do a cargo flight in or out of Moncton.
Stop descent level 100.
Snowcap 195, turn right, heading 090.
Right, 090, Snowcap 195.
461, turn right, heading 170.
170, 464.
Ryanair 981, approach below identified. Information hotel is current. Expect ILS approach runway 0 for left via radar vectors. Descent flight level 80.
Information order is current. Expect ILS approach runway 4 left and descent flight rate to 981.
Lights are starting.
Hotel 727 to rejoin the star. Descent altitude 4,000 feet, Copenhagen QNH 1017.
Charlie Hotel 727, 4,000, Copenhagen QNH 101, Scanner 461.
Lufthansa 241, speed 220 knots.
Speed 220 knots, Lufthansa 4.
Snowcap 195, further right heading 120.
120, right heading, Snowcap 195.
Just waiting for them to tell us to do something here. It's a big bright light up here.
Canadian 19 Yankee, please confirm leaving airport.
Really bright light up here.
Confirmed.
Maybe there's a super volcano. Loviz had a minus 174 in the 777.
241, contact final on 120.
This is a really good VATSIM event. It really is a great way. It's a good one, and I like it, you know, because it's like first thing. More lights popping up there.
Correction, heading, leaving air north, heading 210, Scandi 19 Yankee.
And 19 Yankee, fly heading 210.
Fly heading 210.
TWA Raj, you did Copenhagen to Bergen.
Snowcap 195, turn right heading
Bergen's a fun airport. It's right along the Norwegian coast, which is nice.
320, turn right heading 090.
090, right, Scandinavian 320.
Snowcap 195, proceed direct Charlie Hotel 727 to rejoin the star. Descent altitude 4,000
Sim update 2 broke Atlas Atlas system sim. Really? I know some people have had a little trouble with it. Mine was slightly cranky at first. Left 320 now for Postman 441. We just got turned out. Three, 2-0. There we go. So Atlas system won't, the mouse and the keyboard aren't working at all. Were you in the beta by any chance? Were you in the beta? No, we didn't get. We were on the Star. We were on the Star just fine. They're just turning us out for traffic control.
Copenhagen approach, good evening, with 77 is Airbus A320 Neo and direct Tango November Oscar.
First claiming 320, turn right heading 130.
130 right, Scandinavian 320.
With 17 approach, shadow identified. Information to this current, expect ILS approach, runway 04 left, via radar vectors, descent level 90.
Expect ILS 04 left and, sorry.
Descent level 90.
Descent level 90, for it, welcome.
461, contact final on 120.205, call sign only.
Call sign to 120.205, perfect number.
320, proceed direct Charlie Hotel 727 to rejoin the Star. Descend altitude 4,000 feet, covering QNH 1017.
Charlie Hotel 727 rejoining the Star.
That's our next frequency, so let's load that up.
Scandinavian 320.
Blue Rat landed into VTC in the CRJ. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Blue Rat. It is stressful, it's fun. I would not want to spend my whole day being a CRJ pilot. But, okay, so Loviz says we will use the runway for taxi. So, once we get off the runway, we're going to get off the runway at 4 left here. And probably go either to Alpha, because they're using 4 right for departure. So we'll exit left and come up here and then use runway 12. And that's going to take us right 040 for postman 441.
Easy 321, turn right heading 090.
Right heading 090.
And then we'll go over to Gulf 2, and that's going to take us into cargo land. So we get to taxi on that runway there. Aviation Ryan, welcome aboard. Next flight is León in Spain, and we're going to go from León to Paris in the new 777 cargo liner. Assuming everything works out okay. Assuming it all works out okay.
SoCap 195, contact final on 120.205, call sign only.
Contact 120.205, now get 195, thank you for that. Great job, bye-bye.
It could be that there's not going to be a ton of ATC on this next flight or anything. Blue Rat, the 300, I think they updated all their 777s today. I think all the 777s got an update today.
With 17, turn right heading 170.
Tonight 170 with 17.
321, turn right heading 160.
160, 160.
Canadian 19 Yankee, turn right heading 230.
Right heading 230, Canadian 19 Yankee.
Easy 321, proceed direct Charlie Hotel 727 to rejoin the Star. Descend altitude 4,000 feet, covering QNH 1017.
We're way up here. They've got us looping a bit. Fortunately, we have extra fuel. Although maybe we better check and see. How are we doing? I'm at 3.8. Minimum fuel before panic.
Neighbor, 4,000.
Is 4.2 is final reserve and alternate. Ooh, we're getting kind of close. Yeah, 4.2 is minimum, but
441, turn right heading 090.
090, right turn for postman 441. But we're turning back to the airport, so let's not stress. It's chill out fly day, sort of. Kind of. We got a new airplane to fly. That'll be fun.
Skinner 320, contact final on 120.205, Colton only.
Colton only, 120.205. Thank you, Scandinavian 326.
Copenhagen, EGNX, do you have any speed description?
250 knots.
250.
Postal 441, turn right heading 140.
Right turn 140 for postman 441.
First, cushion distance of 6 Romeo Lima, approach below radar contact, stop climb 3,000 feet, maintain present heading. First, heading 19 Yankee, turn right heading 290.
We are turning in. Man, they took us a long way out.
Approach Nordic 68 Zulu inbound, Tango Oscar descending to flight level 135, having information hotel.
Fuel is 3.6, and assuming we don't have to go around or do too many more twists and turns, we should make it and not fall out of the sky.
7, confirm you're climbing.
Negative with 17.
Confirm you're climbing. Very important safety tip on that.
Proceed direct Charlie Hotel 727 to rejoin the star. Descend up to 4,000 feet, coming in QNH 1017.
Lots of numbers. 1017 on the altimeter, 7,000 feet, and our direct to rejoin the star was Charlie Hotel 727 for postman 441.
Increment descent 4,000 feet.
Oh, 4,000, an even better descent for postman 441. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Charlie Hotel 727.
Alpine 7939, turn left 802.
Bravo with you. Left 0 to 0, Alpine 7939.
ECH to Uniform Bravo, identified someone. We're quite busy currently, I'll see what I can do.
Hey, November 321, we are in Copenhagen.
Left 060 with 17.
19 Yankee, turn left heading 200.
Left 2000, Scandinavian 1 Yankee.
And direct to Charlie Hotel 727
level 80.
and nav.
Descend level 907, more like 600.
Right 981, turn right heading
And 4,000 feet.
Turn right heading 060.
Arrival ATIS information. Tell 1017 on the altimeter.
Nordic 68 Zulu, turn left heading 050.
Left heading 050, more like 600.
There we go. Altimeters are checked and set. Auto brakes.
321, contact final on 120.205.
Speed brakes.
120, continue fast descend, anything right on top of the
And Lufthansa 6 Romeo Lima, proceed direct Charlie Hotel 7.
We have a speed reduction to 220 coming up here.
Thank you. And 6 Romeo Lima, if you prefer vectors, I can also give you vectors.
Lights are all good.
Roger, turn left heading 200. With 17, turn left heading 020.
And there is the airport.
19 Yankee, turn left heading 130.
That's the runway that Loviz was talking about, saying that we get to taxi on to go to the cargo area.
Turn right heading 100.
Turn right heading 100.
Postal 441, speed 220 knots.
220 knots for postman 441. Brakes. Flaps 15 and 0. Flaps are 15 and 0. All is right with the world here.
981, further right heading 130.
And activate the ILS system.
Right 170 is 18 for Bravo.
Looking good. Bring in the map. One last click.
Left 320, Alpine 7939.
Postman 441, contact final on 120.205, Corton only, good day.
120205 for Postman 441. Thanks. Have a good week. Finals, good evening from Postman 441.
Postman 441, good evening to you. Descend 3000.
Now 3000 for Postman 441.
Scandinavian 320, speed 160 knots,
Can we
maintain speed
go?
until 4 miles final.
Okay, we're at 220 knots. If you forget your speeds, you can see that for flaps 15 and 15, it's 215. So we'll just leave it at flaps 15 and 0. And hopefully we don't fall out of the sky.
Mike, turn right, heading 250, speed 180.
Heading bug is straight up.
Scandinavian 320, contact tower.
Lieutenant John Wick, we're flying DHL. And one of DHL's call signs is Postman. And so that's why we call it that.
Like you are turning a little bit faster than I have expected, so turn left heading 237.
A little bit faster.
Postman 441, reduce speed to 180 knots and turn a left heading 190.
180 knots on the speed, 190 knots on 190 degrees on the heading for Postman 441.
Swiss to Lima Mike, turn right now to heading 010, clear on 04 left.
010,
Flaps 15 and 15.
Ryanair 959 Bravo, speed 160 knots, maintain the speed until 4.
Alright, 160 for Ryanair 959 Bravo until 4 DME.
Lufthansa 4 Alpha.
Lufthansa 4 Alpha, hello to you, descend 3000, speed 200.
Descend to 3000, speed 200, Lufthansa 4 Alpha.
Ryanair 959 Bravo, tower 118.105.
118.105, chop. Ryanair 959 Bravo.
(118.105) is next. George, this is the this is the A300. The 300, yes, we have a passenger. It's actually a 200 ER that works in 2024 now.
Hello again, what are you doing here?
Oh, and the 300, yeah, the 300 does too. I do have it. It's not working too well. It's not working well in Flight Sim 2024, Manafee.
Postman 441, left turn 070, clear ILS, 04 left.
Clear for the ILS, 04 left. Our turn is left 070 for Postman 441.
Lufthansa 48 Alpha, speed 180 knots, maintain present heading.
Speed 180, maintain present heading, Lufthansa 48 Alpha.
EC321, speed 160 knots, maintain the speed until 6 miles per hour.
16024 DME, 321.
Lufthansa 6 Romeo Lima, reduce speed to 180 knots.
180,
Lufthansa 48 Alpha, turn right heading 250.
I'm going to arm the landing. Landing is armed because we're cleared for the ILS, right?
EC321, tower 118.105, bye-bye.
118.105, right ATC.
Into Lufthansa 6 Romeo Lima, turn right to heading 215.
Right 215.
Here comes glide slope. Glide slope and localizer are both armed. We can confirm that to see it says both in green. Now there's a star. That means we're capturing. I got the runways over there off to the left. So there's the runways. Let's see. Flight Sim Dev, your developer, Flight Sim Dave says you've done cargo flying and it was contract. I'm not sure which airline that is, but I'm hearing all sorts of interesting ones.
Tower 118.105.
118.105.
Wheels. Gear going down. Flying Aer Lingus, you would do Shamrock. Yes, John Wick. That would be their radio call sign.
Descend 3000 feet, speed 200, landing 981.
Lufthansa 6 Romeo Lima, turn left heading 070, clear ILS 04 left.
Left 070, clear ILS 04 left, Lima.
There are actually some pretty cool call signs that we've heard lately. There's one called Blue Max. That's a cool call sign name. Descent's pretty good. VAP is 143. I'm going to call it 145.
Lufthansa 48 Alpha, descent 2,000 feet.
Lindbergh's a good one. Hi, Alessandro is in chat.
2,000 feet descent.
Alexandro, welcome in. Happy weekend. Blue Streak. Yeah, that's a nice one.
441, reduce speed now to 160 knots, maintain the speed until 4.
160 knots until 4 miles DME for Postman 441.
Lufthansa 48 Alpha, reduce speed to
Flaps
160 knots, maintain
15 and 20, that's final plat. Alexandro, doing great today. Thank you for coming on in.
160.
We are just coming into Copenhagen, vectors to Copenhagen. And then we're going to go to Spain and León and take the 777 on that.
Speed 180 knots and turn left heading 190.
Alexandro, thank you. Say hello to your son then. Welcome aboard and thank you for coming in today.
Postman 441, Tower 118.105. Have a great landing. Bye-bye.
118.105 for Postman 441. Thanks. Have a great week. 118.105.
Swiss 2 Lima Mike on 04 left, clear to land, wind 310 reach 5 knots.
And it was 4 miles to 145.
Hold position.
Position, Bravo, Bravo.
Copenhagen, good evening from Postman 441 on the ILS for 04 left. Deb Porkchuk says the 777's good.
Hold position.
Hold position, Lufthansa 413 heavy.
Fly 11 Bravo, continue Victor and descend on your left side.
Many thanks, sir. Victor to...
Auto brakes, speed brakes, autopilot off.
North area, thanks, sir.
Copenhagen, good evening from Postman 441, short finals 4 left.
Postman 441, Tower, hello, continue post number 1.
Continue, Postman 441.
Canon 320, cross 30, continue Alpha Yankee Mike, stand Bravo 6.
Alpha Yankee Mike and then Bravo 6 crossing 30.
Copenhagen Tower 821, we have got someone in front of us, so they know what to do.
Just hold position for now.
Roger that, 1832.
Africa 4133, continue via Bravo and follow the EasyJet in front.
Continue Bravo, follow EasyJet, Lufthansa 413.
Postman 441, runway 04 left, clear to land, wind 310 reach 5 knots.
Could land 4 left, Postman 441. I'd say that's a late landing clearance. That was a late landing clearance. What do you think?
Lufthansa 4 Alpha Tower, hello, continue. Okay, 1 out of 5, then at K2 Mike Eagle. Air 507, runway. Air 507.
Copenhagen Tower 24, contact instruction.
EC321, Taxi by Bravo, Charlie, and Delta hold at runway 12.
Bravo and Charlie Hotel.
And we're off the runway in good order.
That's what we're doing once again. Let's fix the volume ILS to the full left.
Delta Alpha, runway 04 left, clear to land, wind 31085 knots.
Strobes.
Clear to land 04 left, Lufthansa Flight Alpha.
That felt really good.
Approach number 1.
That felt like a really good arrival.
Not
bad, that felt great.
T1085 knots. When airborne, contact approach on 118455.
I'm just going to kind of creep along now on this taxiway.
Runner 959 Bravo, short Alpha, runway 30.
How was the landing?
Lufthansa Flight Alpha vacated in Alpha 6.
Curiosity. There's all of our holds. There was our vectors up there. Minus 164 from outside the airplane?
Yeah, good.
I'll take that. Oh, so we were in the zone 2. In the zone 2. How about that? Oh my gosh, 164 and in the zone. I think somebody's going to be getting a call from a chief pilot saying we got to call, give you a job. Runway 12 to Gulf 1 stand, Gulf 133. Doug Storman says Gulf 121.
Continue on Alpha, hold short of 30, Lufthansa Flight Alpha.
121, thank you. So I'm just kind of creeping at the moment. No low vis. I was in a smaller airplane though. Never mind, that's our next airplane. It wasn't ready for this flight, that's why. It basically dropped as we started taxiing out. Oh, that felt great. What an awesome landing. Yeah, I'm going to do a little unsportsmanlike celebration on that for a while.
8321, roger. 8321, follow the radar in front, hold short of Zulu. Cross 30.
Ground is 121.63. 121.630.
8321 is going to be behind the radar.
There we go.
Radar 981, tower, hello, continue approach.
Continue approach, 981.
Airport 92, Hotel Lima, runway 05 right, clear for takeoff. Wind is 31085 knots. When airborne, contact approach 118455.
Clear for takeoff, 05 right, and when 118455, I find 92, Hotel Lima to Dubai.
At Bravo 6, thank you, Scandinavian 30.
Now here's a point where I've got a choice of a turn, right or left.
8321, contact gate 1, 121.630.
121.630,
Nautiga 4133, into runway 04 right.
We're into runway 04 right, phone too heavy.
So I'm going to stop here.
Copenhagen Tower, wonderful good evening. Yes, 25 Charlie.
I'm not sure which way they want us to go on this.
25 Charlie, Crescent Tower, hello, continue approach.
Parking brakes.
Continue approach to 25 Charlie.
Banana 81, runway 04 left, clear to land, wind 310, Crescent 290, degrees 5 knots.
I just don't know which way they want us to go, and I don't want to block one of their taxiways. So we could either go Alpha or Delta over. I'm not sure if they're using either one of these. Delta, I'm wondering if that's how they're getting people. I'm not sure. So we'll just chill. Lovis, just keep going up short of 12.
Taxi on
Okay.
runway 04 right.
Let's go
and
up short of
Bravo.
12. Did you go to Alpha? I'm going to stay on Alpha.
Tower, good evening. Nordic 68 Zulu, that is on the roof.
All events, Alpha to 12. Okay, we'll do that. Alpha right 12. Thanks, Trunks. Thank you. Duncan Stroman, I bet you're ground, aren't you? You're Copenhagen ground, right? Low Viz, I got 12 to Golf 1 cross runway 4 right. So we'll just go and hold short here. Nope, you were delivery 20 minutes ago. Thank you for delivery. I hope you had good deliverance on delivery. That didn't sound right, but there you go. So we're coming up here, and we're going to stop short, though, of this runway.
4133, discount.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted. Loyalty noted.
Lovis gifted a sub to ATC. Lovis, thank you.
Attica 4133, vacate on Bravo 5, hold short of Bravo.
Roger, vacate on Bravo 5, hold short Bravo. Who has front?
Honda Jets here with
Postman 441, right turn on runway 12, hold short of 04 right.
hold short of 04 right turn on runway 12 for Postman 441. Lovis, thanks for being so nice to ATC. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Showing love to VATSIM ATC is so cool. Honda Jets here with alligators.
Tower Irving 676, 47.
676,
Yeah, I gotta tell you, Vectors to Copenhagen is a good event. It's a good challenge all around. We don't usually do holds this month, so. And we hold short, so we gotta hold short of, yes.
981, continue taxi via Alpha. Continue taxi Alpha, 981. 682, runway 04 left, clear to land, wind 290 is 5 knots.
Runway 04 left, clear to land, 680.
Lufthansa 4 Alpha, left turn on 30, vacate Kilo 3.
On runway 30, vacate Kilo 3, Lufthansa 4 Alpha.
Attica 4133, hold position.
Roger, hold position, Bravo. Lufthansa 4
Actually, Duncan Storman, I think it is a really good event. The ATC here is absolutely outstanding all the way in. It's consistent, it's good, it's a fun event. I mean, it's really well done. It's not, you know, one of those mass hysteria events. I don't think, you know. So I think it's definitely a good one for us. Lovis calls it one of the top 3 events for sure.
Almost correct, hold short of Zulu on Alpha.
Almost correct. Boy, that's a story of my life. That's the story of my life. Okay, we're holding short of the runway.
Viewing 9, continuing 676, runway 04 left, clear to land, wind 290 degrees 5 knots.
Line, Irving 676.
Postman 441, cross runway 3, question cross, runway 04 right, continue on 12, Golf 1 and Golf Standard Fuel Choice.
12 Golf 1, stand of our choice, clear to cross, runway 04 right for Postman 441. Thank you so much. Have a great week.
Sorry, contact León 11630.
How do you set the rotate speed? Aviation Ryan, you know about the takeoff and approach button here? You see, you say V1, VR, you set those there, but V2, you set up here in the autopilot. And that's how you do that. All Advance is doing Copenhagen ATC training. Really? So, you're going to be doing these events here? All Advance?
Vacate on heavy.
Tim J, rotate speed is VR, and that's on the McDo. Thanks, Tim J. I know. Can't wait till you come over and get to be a part of this. This is going to be awesome.
Roger, taxi on runway 30, vacate.
Dad, game time, do Alaska ATC. And then you're never having to be online. Okay, so let's see. Duncan Stormer said we ought to look for stand Golf 121. Golf 121 is left turn, right turn. I assume that's where Postman goes. I think that's Loviz over there. Average Canadian is fixing laptops today. There's 25, 24, 23. They have a small FedEx here. $122, and we get 121, right? And there's 121.
Have a good day.
Right by DHL. Thank you. That was perfect. Nose light off. Look at that. Perfect parking. There we go, right on our spot. Parking brakes on. Parking brakes are on. Now we come down here and we want to chalk the airplane first and attach a ground power unit. After that, we want to punch in ground power, and then we're going to turn off the engines so that we don't have to start the APU and save money and wear and tear and noise and pollution. That looks good. Let's go ahead and disarm our doors for the arrival. Open main cargo. Get some stairs on the right side, because generally we like to do stairs on the right side. I bet that's all looking good. So we can do beacon goes off. Seat belts goes off. And disarm. Open the 1R. And how about that? That looks really good. We even got to a good spot, and I think that's Loviz in a 777 over there. So we made it. What a great event, and it was the perfect cargo run. All right, let's go ahead and say thanks to VATSIM on this and get ready to go and load in the new 777. A fabulous flight, and again, this really is one of the top 3 events, I think, on VATSIM. Really one of the best events of them all. Low-vis is also using GSX for unloading. And you can see on the 777 you unload in the back of the airplane, which is kind of brilliant. Okay, let's go over here and quit to desktop. Let's see, average Canadians doing Martinique to Montreal. You've got a long one. Okay, so we know that there's probably not much ATC at this point. We'll fly during the day on this, but let's go ahead and do a new flight. And this is going to be AFR, because they use that for their cargo lines. It's LELN, LFPG, excuse me. We're going to be in a 777, and this is going to be a 777. Okay, I think it's the F is what we want. Let's see if that has my cargo liners in it. Yeah, it does. So Air France cargo. Right now, 23 and 8 right. 238 right is one of the runways that they are using. I think we want to be on the south side over here. 8 right. Yep, that's what we want to do because that's where cargo is. And I don't think that well, there is actually a little ATC here. Okay, let's go ahead and start the sim. And while my sim is loading, you need to give me just a minute. I need to run over to the kitchen. Give me a few. I'll be right back. All right. Thank you for hanging in there for a sec. Ate something that kind of was a little disagreeable. Let's see if we can find our new airplane. You can copy your camera views from the 77F in 2020 sim objects. Oh, really? It really is actually pretty easy for mine. I was going to do it anyway because generally there's kind of some questions every now and then about what it looks like. But yeah, I probably could have done that before I loaded the sim, right? Let's go over here and see if it's in here. Airbus, Boeing, Asobo Studio, that's not it. Here we go. Boeing 77F. I think this is it, right? Yeah, this has got to be it. Let's go and see. Now we should already have some liveries in, so let's configure. Air France Cargo. That's what we got. Let's see if I have the other ones in here. Hey, the Panda plane is in too. So Air France Cargo is good. Save and go back. I did forget that. Thank you. I did. Thank you. Thanks, AvGeek Fozzie, and welcome in. Thanks for coming by today. Okay, so save and go back. Let's go to LELN. LELN. Now we're going to basically do cargo, and I have no idea what this airport looks like. So, and it looks like maybe ATC was here and left. Excuse me. Okay, LELN. You can kind of if you need to, so don't see it in here yet. Oh, probably because I didn't do anything yet, right? Did I generate the flight yet? I don't think I did. LELN. And charts and taxi and airport. Okay, I'm going to get a PDF just in case something's weird. And save that, then we'll file on VATSIM. Current plan. Save it. Good. Pilot brief, pre-file on VATSIM. Flight level 340, file. Okay, looks good. Now then, here at LELN. Okay, so they have a military apron over here, and then they have a civilian apron over here. So that's got to be the military apron there. And the civilian apron's going to be on the side. So my guess is we would go over there. Now let's go to VATSIM and make sure there's nobody here. LELN. Refresh. You should expect the 9 Echo for arrivals. Thank you, Tim J. Does your CRJ show as Microsoft 2020 in my plane listings? Yes, I believe it does, Vinyl Rabbit. I think it absolutely does. Okay, here we all are over here. I don't see anybody at the airport. So let's just go over here and grab Probably this one looks like a good one. Set as departure and start. Okay, that's enough of that rabbit hole. And now probably we're going to have to sit and wait just a little bit because so I think I am at stand 7. So stand 7 is where I am. I actually didn't plan on it, just came up with 7. Okay, so this is our León, not León, León in Spain to Paris is what we're going to do. I'm going to clear that line and let's get the flight plan here. Atlas system, reinstall fixed my keyboard and my mouse issues, and Atlas system was able to do a flight 2. 3 cheers. Way to go, Atlas system. I'm glad to hear that that worked out for you. I'm kind of getting the impression right now that when there's an airplane problem, a reinstall is a little bit magic in a way. It's a little bit magic. So that seems to be the way that that works there. Monkey, did I say your name right? This is the first time? Yeah. The CL13, that's what we're doing right now. Fact is, I should go and update the title. Hang on. Okay, almost done. And the title should pop in almost immediately.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Nope, that's not it. That's the flight plan, I think. Control C. And the title is updated. Good. Let's see if I can get the actual route in there for you. Control C. And that way you can download the whole flight plan that I got, the whole packet, directly from SimBrief if you want to see what I'm doing. Okay, we got those both in there now. Steam has nice features. I'm missing a little bit of chat right now. I'm sorry about that. I'll catch up in just a sec. Let me go and make sure everything's ready here. Okay, that's good. And okay, so all of this looks great. Right, okay, cool. Let's come over here. We're probably also gonna need to do... We're gonna probably also need to put in a Hoppy ACARS code and a SimBrief ID. So you might need that for this too. Okay. And that looks good. So, and it's probably taking a little bit of extra time right now because it's the first time and it's got to do the VATSIM processing, right? So we can just chill for a bit. Vinyl Rabbit saw a streamer flying CSS 737 yesterday. There was a serious bug. A bug in a new airplane? I'm shocked. You do. CL Thunder. That's how I install my liveries, is through OC3. I'm pretty much sticking all of my, keeping all of my liveries, with the developer's website and stuff. Flipped out Panda, you can't load it. All you're doing is getting a black cockpit. I would delete it from the PMDG Operations Center. And get a new one. You've got a wait a minute. Before you delete it, go and verify your files within the Ops Center. I think you could do that. Loviz, you watched the stream of that CSS 737 and wasn't too impressed? That's not good. Okay, so here we all are. This is the airplane, and I'm going to have to probably set my camera views. So I'm just going to leave the lights on the way it is right now, and I'm going to go and set the way my first view. And this is probably my first view. So I'm going to sit up just a little bit And then make sure I'm nicely centered, looking out the window correct. And then I've got my quick view set up, so I hit Control and 0, and there's my main view. The next one that I usually do is the close-up for my instruments. So we're going to zoom in and do the close-up of my big instruments is what I call these. And I make that quick view number 4. So we just did that. Then we'll kind of come up here. And we're going to need to come over here. And I'm going to go and do an upper panel. So I can mostly get to the lights and stuff. And that's quick view number 5. So we got those. Then the next thing I'm going to do is what I call McDo view or FMC view. And that's going to be down here. And in this airplane, I like to put this one front and center, but I also want to be able to see the speed brakes and the center here. So I can't see the speed brake there. Want to be able to get it so it's easy for me to arm. That's a little bit close. That looks pretty good right there. So that's quick view number 2. Okay. Then the next thing I want is my radio view. Being able to get to the radios on the airplane's a good thing to do. So there's my radio view. And I'm going to make that quick view number 3. Mr. Posh Martin is going Toronto to Boston in an A320. Yeah, Mr. Posh Martin just started doing some VATSIM stuff. Okay, so the next thing I do is I like to come over here and do sort of a real big view of the cockpit. And this is kind of from the other side. So I like to kind of come over here and do something like this. And so there's sort of a big cockpit view. And then the last one that I'll do is come on down here. I am not in the new beta, no. I'm going to be a big chicken when it comes to the betas for a while. Okay, so there's this over here. And I try to make it so I can see it pretty good, make it as full screen, and there's my quick view number 8. Okay, so we got that there, and that looks really good. Now then, I also like to do wing views. And so we're going to come over here. And this has got a curtain, so we'll pull back the curtain. And if you look, you can see we got a couple of seats here. So we got a couple of seats, and that's about it. I think there's probably a couple of windows back here in cargo. So let's see if we've got a couple of wing view windows in cargo. That's not a window. Clipped out Panda, did I answer the question? I hope so. There's a window, so we can look out the window and see the engine. That's about as close as it's going to let us get. Man, that's not very good. I think that's about as good as this is going to get. Okay, so we'll set that as a wing view over there. Tim Dog just sees black on yours too. Okay, now we're going to slide over to the other side of our cargo. And then we're going to go back behind the wing and set that up. Did I verify the install? That's a good thing to do. And I think there is a little window for behind the wing. Wow, big windows in this airplane, huh? Okay, so there is a wing view behind the wing over there, and we'll set that up. Okay, and now everything's all set. Now then, the next thing that we could do is set what I like to do, my cold and dark with PMDG airplanes. And if you come in here, you can go and do PMDG setup. And you can create a panel, a state. So right now we could do panel load, and they've got a cold and dark load right there. So I'm going to execute their cold and dark panel state right now. And that's going to load it. And it takes a sec. Okay, now, one of the things that has been coming with PMDG airplanes is they started with the transponder on Terra. I think the transponder should be set to standby. So I just set that to standby. The next thing I'm going to do is just look up here and see some things. I don't need my nav lights on. I mean, cold and dark, right? So all of this looks good. It says the APU generator is on, electrical. I think all of that's probably good. So now what we're going to do is come back down here. And what we'll do is I'm going to hold the menu button down. So I'm going to hold it down. And now you see it turns on the pilot's FMC. And there's PMDG setup. So there we are. And now I'm going to say state save. Ready? Now I got to give it a name. And I just, SPY. Oh, maybe that's not it. How do I save my startup state? State save. Maybe I hit the wrong one. File name. SPY. Okay, see there, you had to put it on the top one. I was one button down. Thanks, Tim Dog. So now we're going to go ahead and save that. Saving my state. Now it also saves the state of the airplane. I didn't go to look to see outside. I may have some doors and stuff open that I don't want. So we may need to take a look at that as well. Let's just have it there for a second. So Tim Dog, I was one up there. And it does take a little bit of time on these airplanes to do it like that, but this is how you can set up your PMDG airplanes exactly the way you want it. Okay, so that looked pretty good. Let's go outside real fast and see. Do I have doors open? No, all my doors are off, but I do have chocks in place. I like that. That's good. Maybe the other thing that I'm going to want to do is I'm going to go to the ground ops page and I'm going to request the ground power plugged in. I want the ground power plugged in too, okay? So we'll do that. That might be good. Let's go ahead and maybe do it that way. Let's see, do we have any other things? Passenger entry, let's change it to stairs. Air starter, I don't think ground service vehicles. You could do stairs. I think we'll just leave it like this. We don't need to do anything else. We don't need to do anything else on that. So I'm going to resave it like this. So Sierra Papa Yankee again. And put it on the top line and save it. Now that's going to save it the way I'd like that. So we're good to go there. Fly with Craig says, if you go to the cockpit, move the camera to the co-pilot position, go to the camera toolbar, click on co-pilot, it will take you out of the plane and then save the view. Go to a normal view, then back to the view you just saved, and you can move the camera freely, and you can put a wing view in a better place, which shows more of the view. Oh, I see what you're saying. That would get you outside of the airplane to do that. So what I was doing and had it, the small view, that would get you a much better wing view. And you could see the engine better and everything else. That's a great idea. Ashley is here. Hi, Ashley. Okay, so now we had Sierra Papa Yankee. And now we're going to come over here. And now let's go to the next page. There's Sierra Papa Yankee and engage. And that's gonna should put that panel state. Low vis does wing views outside of the plane. Okay, so that should be good to go. And that should be our airplane, and it should be all set up for us. That's great. Now let's come on in here, and I'm gonna need to go to the electronic flight bag. And I'm gonna need you to look outside for just a second, because I'm gonna probably have to do my Hoppy ACARs and stuff. So if you go outside and check the weather for me for a second. And yeah, I do need to put in Hoppy ACARs and things. So let me do that. And also my SimBrief ID. And Hoppy ACARs. And that should do that. I'm going to save my preferences. That looked good. ATC network. I don't use say intentions. Weather source will be the sim. And that should be good. Okay, come on back in. I'm done doing Hoppy ACARs. Okay, I think we're all set and ready to go. Now then, don't want to fly at night. Don't want to do that. That'll suck. So go to custom, and then we can roll the clock back to daylight. There we go. Not flying at night this time. Okay, we'll get on VATSIM, and our cargo plane looks really good. Not so bad. So this should be a good cold and dark flight. Let's see, brakes off, and thrust reversers to full. Let's request our data from SimBrief and see if it worked. I am not on the beta, Paul. No. And that looks good. There's our flight. Switch to maps and Navigraph. It already knows my Navigraph. The beta keeps crashing the game. Yeah, I stopped doing the beta for a while. Okay, this is going to be AFR. And the airplane is technically a B77L. Right? B77L, which is the freighter. And let's see if it'll connect us to VATSIM. PMDG said not to use the beta. All right, that looks good. Let's come on in here and go to ground operations. I'm going to request the 1L door. Stairs. Hey, look at that. We got stairs and it's opening the door for us. Right on. Got stairs for the pilots to get aboard. Let's see. We could do... I think we want side cargo. Maybe that's door management, though. Passengers... Cargo main. I bet that's it. Maybe you have to have the airplane on to get the big cargo main. Nope, there it is. It's opening. It just takes some time. Now my airplane appears to be loaded. So my airplane appears to be fully loaded here, so we might need to fix that somehow. How about battery? And ground power. Nav lights. Emergency exit lights. Windshield heaters. ADAROs. Yeah, it looks like my airplane's still loaded, so I'm going to need to unload it first and then resave my cold and dark. But we'll do that after the flight. Okay, so we got doors are all open. And now while the plane is powering up, this is when I'm going to go over and I'm going to do VATSIM charts. Because it takes a while. You see, I've turned the airplane on, but all my screens are off. The older 777, it needs a little bit of time to start itself up. So let's go get our charts done. So we need airport first. There we go. That looks good. I'm going to pin that. Our SID is going to be the Radish 1 Hotel. Radis 1 Hotel. And on this 1 hotel, do we have an initial climb clearance? Whenever I go and get this, I'm going to go and look and see, do I have an initial climb clearance? Don't see anything. Okay. Let's come on over to the arrival. LFPG. Our star is going to be the Kepler 9 Papa arrival. There's Kepler 9 X-ray, but we want the Papa, right? Kepler 9 Papa. There's Kepler 9 Papa. And Kepler 9 Papa is going to put us out at Bannox. So, let's see. Do we have a Bannox? Is it on this side? No, it's probably in approaches. So what we do is we cut. There's Bannox. And this is going to be, it needs to be, that's to runway 8 left. We want 8 right. Do we have Bannox to 8 right? That's what they're using. There we go. Bannox to 8 right. And I think somebody in chat said expect the echoes. That's usually what they do at night. So that comes in there. And then we're going to need... Do they have an initial approach at night? Okay, there's the initial approach at Bannox. Let's grab that. And if they have us do that, if there's ATC, my guess is they're going to bed. And then the ILS. Now we go to the airport. Here is the airport. Good old Paris de Gaulle. And what we want is we need the freight terminal. There goes the camera disconnecting again. Parking stands, freight terminal. And I think we're going to be on the south side. Okay? I'm going to switch this over to nighttime. And there's our charts. And you see by now, all of our, the airplane's powered itself up and we're all ready to go. So that's kind of the way that I will go and set these up. Okay, let's come on over and see if it all works. FMC, navigation data, April to May 16th. Now, is this one of the airplanes that lets us do... Navigraph data needs to be updated. We can do it within the airplane. This is so handy. Remember in the past, we'd have to get out of the sim, go into the Navigraph hub, update it. They do it from here. I just think this is awesome that it can do that. We can do it from the electronic flight bag now. Oh, I shouldn't be worried about that. We need a Boeing hat for this airplane. We need Boeing hats. Nav data update is complete. Okay, and that looks good. Let's do in position in it. We are at LELN. LELN. We are at stand 7. And that's pretty close to our GPS position. So we'll pop that in and get that going. You got the pan delivery? Yeah, the pan delivery is going to be good too. Not a bad looking airplane. Okay. And now with that, well, let's do the route. Now I think we need to do LELN again and put that up there. And then do a route request. LELN to LFPG. That's it. Okay. Did it get the there it is. Route request. We are in AFR. Up, there we go. Route 1 uplink is ready. Forecast is ready. And wind data is ready. So now we get to load it. And it loads. Now, it did screw up a few things, so it put runway and a few wrong things in there. So I think we need to clear out runway. Okay, it did that, but it put the wrong thing in flight number. So AFR. And you need to go and fix that. Especially, I think, if you're going to use like ACARS things or CPDLC. Okay, so that looks good. Look at the next page, and those are our routes. Redis, Doggo, Lusum, Lulet. That looks like that's correct. Let's activate it and execute it. Okay, let's go to performance init. All right, I don't think the airplane is loaded correctly. So I'm going to come over here to FS Actions. And from the flight plan, we're going to put in our fuel and our zero fuel weight. I don't think those numbers are right. So over here, our block fuel is 20.439. Make sure we're in... Uh-oh, it's in pounds. The airplane is in pounds. That's probably why it didn't load it all correctly. So the Air France, they're following this in pounds.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
So I need to shift this over to pounds. Godat, 778 and a whole lot of sevens. Hey Godat, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. All right, so we need to switch from kilos to pounds and redo that number. And what we'll do is we'll go back and well, I don't think we need to redo all of that. We just need to get the PDF. And I'm going to put that on the desktop. Now let's come over here. Come up here and request new data from SimBrief. Which is the same stuff. I know, Def Pilot. It's the way... So one of the things in Microsoft Flight Simulator that I've learned is if you're painting a livery and stuff, so if you painted up the Air France livery, you also get to determine the cockpit configuration too, because maybe Air France does it a little differently than other airlines. And you can also set the airplane as to whether or not it's going to be in kilos or pounds. My airplane here is in pounds. So I needed pounds for all this. Okay, so come over here. Fuel is 45,051 pounds. So 45,051 is our pounds. That looks good. Let's return. And payload, our zero fuel weight is supposed to be 524.4. So 524.4 is going to be our cargo. Now our airplane is loaded correctly. And we don't have to do anything else with that now. Go to the FMC and just leave it there. You could also change it in the FMC. That's right. It's getting to the point now where keeping pounds and kilos straight and not, you know, with each airplane because they're all different. So I just will look and see, all right, what's the airplane want, and go and do that. Otherwise, I could spend 15 minutes resetting up the airplane just for us to do all these things. Okay, so all of that looks good. Flight level 350. That's correct. Actually, it was flight level 340, I believe. Nope, it says flight level 350 in the flight plan. It says 350 over there, but it says 340 over here. I'm going to go with 340 in the flight plan. It's probably smarter than I am. Cost index is 144. Let's see. Final reserve and alternate is 15.1. 15.1. And our zero fuel weight is 524.4. That is correct too. And we're good to go there. Yeah, I clipped out Panda. It would be so much easier if I would just put all of my airplanes in kg. But if we're flying an old Boeing, you can't fly an old cranky old Boeing or something like that in kilos. You got to have it in pounds. So there you go. Okay, that looks good. Let's come on over here. And we're going to go first to ground, and let's close the big
Subscriber
door.
confirmed. Top clearance granted.
Closing
agent.
the big door.
Loyalty noted.
AIX. Did I say your name right? AI just did a resub. Thank you for a nice resub. 2 months. And thank you for some great jet fuel in the flight plan. I really appreciate the support. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here. Okay, so with that, now let's go and do our performance. I've never heard of a tornado condition 5. There is when it comes to tornadoes.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, agent. Loyalty noted.
Oh, is it Fujita? There's the hurricanes. Hurricanes are Saffir-Simpson. Tornadoes are the Fujita scale. Mr. Posh Martin just gifted 2 subs to the community. That's right, it's not the old Fujita. It's the EF scale. They've changed it, Tim Dog. It's changed. Mr. Posh Martin, thank you for gifting some subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you for 2 of them. Thanks for being nice to other people, but thank you for being nice to me too. I really appreciate the extra support. That's right, Tim Dog. It's the enhanced Fujita scale. That's kind of changed since I was doing weather and stuff. All sorts of changes in the world, right? But I have a feeling they needed to do that. Okay, so we're departing off of runway 23. Thanks, Mr. Posh Martin. Thanks for always being in here. Import data, import weather, and calculate. Tim Dog has seen the aftermath of the EF4. I've seen the aftermath of a few big tornadoes too. It's pretty devastating. It really is. Did we just lose the band? Don't tell Mr. Jazz that we're done with the band. Let's start that again. There we go. Cool. All right. So, SK McConnell, are you doing digging? Why, SK? Have you got tornadoes coming your way? Take the warning seriously, and have several sources of weather information. If you're in the tornado zone right now, the cuts have been pretty brutal to NWS. Now they are still doing an incredibly good job, but seriously, have several ways to get information these days for tornadoes. If you're in the zone, you need to know. Foxtrot, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. Okay, we're going to do -2 and 32 degrees. So -2 D rate and 32 degrees is our selected temperature. Flaps are going to be 5. Flaps are 5. Center of gravity is going to be 26.7. 26.7. We did not do departure and arrival yet, so we got to do that. I'm not giving up right now. What's going on, Foxtrot? We're actually just getting started with the flight. Deaf Pilot just did a follow. Hey, Deaf Pilot, welcome aboard. Thanks for the follow. Okay, so departing runway 23. It's going to be the Rota 1 Hotel. Rota. There's two. It's the top one. Execute. Okay, now it's going to get tricky. Our arrival. We are expecting ILS runway 8 right. 8 right. It's Kepler 9 Papa. It's Kepler 9 Papa. And it was, I forgot. It was, it's the Bannox. It was the Bannox 7 Echo. Banny 7 Echo. And execute. Cool. Back over here. And let's go to the takeoff page. Now we've got speeds. SK, let's see. That's why I'm confused. I don't see any warnings, but the Weather Channel that you're talking is condition level 5. Okay. That may be tornado condition level. Okay, I'm not 100% sure on this. Okay, SK? You have a thunderstorm and tornado watch on your phone. I believe that condition level is a Weather Channel thing. I don't know if that's a real National Weather Service thing. Now, I've been out of it for 6+ years now, so I don't know if there's a change. But if you've got thunderstorm and tornado watches on your phone, that means that you are in a zone and you need to stay plugged in. So plugged into that phone, if you got a weather radio, make sure that it's up. If you can, take a look at the National Weather Service website. If you can do that, check out NWS. So, you know, let's come on over here. I'm just going to go and give you weather.gov. And then you can plug in your own data here. That way you can put in your own town and I'm not going to dox you. I'm also going to tell you to look over here at the Storm Prediction Center. This is a really good thing to have as well. You're in the Kansas City area. Okay, well, let's just go ahead and have a quick look while you're there. So what you do is come into the search bar, Kansas City. So Kansas City, Missouri. All right, okay, you've got all sorts of stuff. You've got a severe thunderstorm warning. You have hazardous weather, tornado watch until 9 p.m. tonight, severe thunderstorm warnings. You've got all sorts of crap going on here for tonight. Let's go ahead and take a look. Okay, look at all of this. So this is part of what you need to be looking at here if you can. So you see all of those boxes. Those are the storm warnings and everything. So you need to keep your eye to the sky and be ready to take action. When it looks like this, this is be ready to get to your shelter. Be ready to if you're in any of these boxed areas, you need to be paying attention to that right now. And if you've got it in your phone and your phone is updated, you definitely need to keep that in your hand as well too. Now, a thing about tornadoes and stuff like that. One of the ways to see if one's going to form, now this is not a lot, but as you look up at the clouds and stuff, you've no doubt been in the kitchen where you're boiling water. When you look up at the clouds and the clouds are boiling, that's a really great chance. You're on the east side of the yellow boxes, so you're on the east side of these boxes. Okay, so what you can do is look for the box that's closest to your house, to where you are, and you can kind of see this, the way things are moving, the way the storms are moving like this. You can see if that box is coming for you. And if it is, you know, you need to turn stuff off and be ready to move. Okay, so first of all, you don't want your computer zapped. There's lightning in that storm too. So yeah, if you're under that, you need to keep a close eye and be ready. So hopefully those links are going to help you out for sure. But now's the time to take it seriously. These storms are getting bad. So watch your stuff. Okay, but yeah, be ready to move to a shelter. If not, be ready. Yeah, you need to be for sure. CL13 is it a separate purchase? If you purchase the 777 freighter in Flight Sim 2020, the old sim, then this airplane's free upgrade for you in 2024. If you didn't, then you need to go and purchase it now from PMDG. Okay, SK McConnell, you got a basement, so you're ready to go. You're ready to go. So keep an eye to the sky. You know, stay with us as long as you can, but be ready to move. Okay, so you already have the 777, but PMDG wants you to pay $54 for the same aircraft again for $24. Pyroblaster, I don't think you should have to do that. I don't think you should have to do that. You shouldn't have to do that right now. You've already purchased it. Okay, speeds 157, 158, 160. 157, 158, and 160. Okay, I also need to do one more view. I didn't do autopilot view. $160 needs to go in our speed. There you go. Yeah, if you don't have Op Center 3, Tim J, maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's your problem. Pyroblaster, have you got Op Center 3 installed? That's a free install. Check that for sure. But yeah, if you purchase the 777 freighter in Flight Sim 2020, it's free upgrade. Absolutely, you should not be paying for that. Okay, that's good. Let's come on over here. And I think we need to get the airplane closed up and ready to go. APU can go on. APU's going on. Doors. Let's see. I've found the best thing to do is go to ground connections. Close that door, and I think that'll get rid of the stairs. Maybe not. I think it won't close until I get rid of the stairs. So we have to go to ground connections and hit... I think it's this one. No, maybe not. Stairs 1L. It's ground service vehicles. Release the stairs there, and that'll close your door. That's how we do it. Okay. Let's see. Average Canadian is doing chips and relaxing. Enjoy relaxing. APU should be coming up about now. APU is running. I'm going to go ahead and turn off ground power. Ground power is off. Cabin utility. We ought to turn on the cabin utility. And all of that's clear. So now we can go to ground connections. I'm going to release ground power. There's ground power released. Parking brakes are on, so that's good. There's no ATC here. I'm going to squawk 0007. And we'll go to transponder on. Chocks can be released. And all of that's clear. All of our moorings are cleared. Go here to the charts. Airports. And here we all are. Oh, we got a back taxi, don't we? Okay. That'll be interesting in this airplane. Okay, so all that looks good. The airplane also has checklists. Definitely do the checklists. Oxygen, flight instruments, heading, and altimeter. I have not set the altimeter, but if we go to the main page and hit departure, it shows our altimeter is 1021. So hectopascals, 1021. That looks good. I don't think that we had an initial climb clearance on this one. I don't remember an initial climb clearance, so flight level 340, I guess, for our initial climb. How's that? There we go. And our heading on departure is going to be 227 degrees. Flight directors can go on. I'm going to do cabin signs. I'm missing some chat there. 777 Bob, did I do something wrong? Thank you. I'm sorry. It's not. Oh, that's something else. Okay. All right. I'm missing all sorts of chat. I will catch up in just a second. How about the beacon can go on? Beacon's going on. And that checklist is complete. Let's do checklist again. And this should be before start. Supernumerary signs. I love the supernumerary signs. Mode control panel. V2 heading, track, and altitude are set. Takeoff speeds 157, 158, and 160 are set. CDU is set. Trim. I have not set our trim. It's 5.25. But we need to turn on some hydraulics, and that's supposed to be counterclockwise from the lower right. Let's also go ahead and hit our fuel buttons while we're up there. Hydraulics are coming up, and that means we can set our trim of 5.25 down here. $5.25. 5.25 is set. That looks good. Trim, taxi and takeoff briefing was totally butchered, but that's okay. We need to get on 122.8. 122.8. I should probably do a little bit of situational awareness here. Turn on the radio and see if there's anybody here that I'm going to plow over. We got one airplane over there. I think we can go. Shall we get ready? I'm going to get pushback helper, and we're out the gate. Tug. And it's going to be an invisible tug. And then, just for luck, a little bit of PMDG 777 ASMR. 3 clicks. I don't use GSX. It's just a little bit too much right now. A little bit heavy on my system. Are we ready to go? Beacon is good. I think it's time. Parking brake is off. Out we go. We're just going to push straight back. Starting engine number 1 while we push. Clipped Out Panda is working on blank screens. I think usually when it's something like blank screens like that, the reinstall plan that you have is good. And that looks great. Parking brakes are on. Release the tug. And engines are coming up nicely. Oil is good. Okay, this is great. But no, GSX just takes a little bit too much time, Larson. And then the other part about GSX is... it does take a long time, you know, in some VATSIM events, and that gets to be a bit of a problem. EGT is going down. We got a good start on engine number 1. Starting engine number 2. And engine 2 starts. Sounds in this airplane are pretty good. All the 777s are really quite nice. And looks like a good start on this one. Maloney only hears music. Yeah, I think I need to turn this up just a bit. And we got 2 good starts there. APU can go off. Flaps 5. Auto brakes to RTO. After start checklist. Anti-ice, probably don't need it. Recall. The recall button is up here. Press it once. And press it again. And that does show that we've got TCAS is off, but everything else is good. So recall is good. Auto brakes are good. Flight controls. We'll do flight controls in a second. Ground has got us clear. And that checklist is good too. So if you look up here, we could hit the flight control button. And we can do elevators. Ailerons. Rudder. Trim is correctly set. Stabilizer trim is good. And so that's great too. Before takeoff checklist, flaps are set. We're good to go there. And let's go to engines. Let's turn on the taxi light. And let's go. Hi XLT, welcome aboard. Add a little bit of power to get us rolling. And this was a freeware airport that I found earlier today for León. The max sounds for takeoff. Oh, they're good sounds for sure. Oh, max sounds for takeoff. Got it. I think that this is an anticipated airplane for sure. People have been wanting the cargo liner. People have been wanting the cargo liner from PMDG. León traffic, there is an Air France cargo taxiing onto the runway and backtracking for runway 23, León. Martin has wanted this. And strobes as we enter the runway. Let's see. Let's get Tara going here. before takeoff checklist is good. Nobody coming in over there. Nobody down there. And out we go. Hans is in chat. This is free for people that bought the 777 for 2020. Yes. If you bought the 777 freighter for Flight Sim 2020, this should be free for you in your PMDG Ops Center version 3. So it should be right there. MCI, SK McConnell, I'm surprised it took this long considering everything that I saw on your weather map. And again, really for the next few hours, you need to be tuned into that map in your phone and other watches and warnings. Absolutely. Let's do legs on that side. And there's our back taxi. We'll make the turn, a right turn for our loop-de-loop here. But really, this is such a nice, here's our jump seat. Such a nice airplane. And Malt, a couple of hours ago, this airplane came out for everybody. Okay, this is going to be an LNAV, VNAV departure. XLT, the 777 Whiskey. Actually, I thought we had that. Oh wait, that's the next one to come out. That's right. And nicely lined up. Landing lights. Ready to give it a shot? All right. Hang on. My chair's not in a good spot for rudders. Okay, all that looks good. Shall we depart the scene of the crime? Throttles up just a bit. Auto thrust. Clock. $80 knots. León traffic, that Air France cargo 777's on the roll, taking off runway 23. V1, hands off the throttles, and rotate. We're flying.
New recruits detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
Positive climb. Gear going up. Gear is going up. Don Boy UK, welcome aboard. Thanks for the follow. Start our turn. Pratt PT had an NVIDIA crash. León traffic, that Air France 777 cargo is clear of runway 23. Happy landings, León. Flaps 1. AP. We're just going to go ahead and do vectors here off the runway. Flaps up. And standard altimeters. Let's come on over here and just kind of come around here. We are loaded. We're fully loaded. We've got a pretty good zero fuel weight, 524,000 pounds of Wilson volleyballs and coffee and probably Swiss chocolate. Very small little windows outside the 777. Not full-size passenger windows, but more like an inspection port. And let's just give ourselves clearance, direct read us. And on course. So generally I'll do my own vector to something like that and then go. So once we get in that general direction, there's 10,000 feet, landing lights, nose light, we're flying cargo, no reason for a cabin call, and now direct to Radis. Execute and LNAV. Airplane's got us. Speed's coming up nicely. Over to VNAV. Almost like we know what we're doing. I'm feeling good. Volleyballs, are they made of lead or something? No, they're just a lot of them. It's for the annual Tom Hanks Wilson volleyball tournament. Seriously, why hasn't Tom Hanks got a volleyball tournament? Ricky Pro is in chat. You bought the 777 ER a couple of days ago. I wish I'd waited and bought this one. I don't even know it was coming out. You haven't been in. It's kind of hard to stay in the loop sometimes, Ricky. Look, this airplane is almost just like yours. You've just got, you know, the passenger version, the 200 ER. These planes are virtually identical. I'm just flying cargo with them. We're just cargo flying with this. Let's see. Let's go to 122.8. 122.8 for now. Mustache says to hydrate. Thank you, Mustache. I need that today. I put some stuff in my marinara sauce that might have been a little bit old last night, so definitely in need of staying hydrated today. Not the most well, but I want to fly this airplane, so there we go. Okay, nice climb there. Yeah, I think it's gonna be. I think that's right. It's a 200 LR. There's a difference in the wings and the engines. Plus, my guess is all the stuff is the floors and stuff down here back in cargo land. They probably reinforce all of that you know, for cargo. And then, of course, they cut the big door in the side of the plane. The big door. And out we go. Now then, let's come on up here. And I'm going to hit another button. This is some of the cool stuff in this airplane. So there was checklist. Let's do checklist first. And you can see after takeoff checklist. And the after takeoff checklist is done. So now we're going to go to comms though. And in the comms menu, I'm going to go to flight info and ADA's request. And we're going to go, first of all, let's see if Paris has called it a night. It's got to be getting late for those people doing that in Paris. Let's see if it's still going. Well, LFPG is still up. We'll see if that happens. We probably got a little flying to do here, but we should have gone over to Toulouse. They love it when Boeing airplanes land in Toulouse, right? Larson, I have forgotten to do Volanta. Thank you. Got it. Okay, we got Volanta done. So let's do LFPG and click it on the click screen.
More
I'm
agents
going to say
joining the spy flight.
VATSIM. I want auto updates and send it. Lena Katharina, did I say that right? We just got a raid from Lena Katharina. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. I hope you are doing great. We have just departed from León in Spain. We're going up to Paris in the new 777 cargo liner that just came out from PMDG for 2024. And there we go. We're flying an Air France cargo. Didn't even know Air France had a cargo liner. Mustache, thank you for reminding me to hydrate today. And that looks good. I'm going to bring in the map to the 80-mile range. That's a little bit better. Keep our heading bug on our course heading there. And our climb's good. If we did have some passengers back there, we'll just go back to auto. And you can see over here, it says comm. We got a comm notice. And if you look over here, it says new message. And here is the latest ATIS, the VATSIM ATIS from Paris. So winds are 010 at 6 knots, visibility, temperature. Generated by PMDG. Oh, they must be calling it a day. Hang on, let me refresh my map. I'll bet they're done. Lena Katharina did. We flew it as well, but just updated the version in 2020, 2024. You weren't in the mood today. Yeah, they're slowly going to bed. So it looks like Paris is calling it a night. At Molt, they sure do. But yeah, you know, being not in the mood for a certain sim or something like that, I can definitely relate to that for sure. Okay, so all that's good. We'll just cancel that out for now. We are 554 miles. We'll be landing at 15:06 airplane time. It is currently 13:49, so we got a little bit of flying to do here. This might have been a little bit of a longer run than we want to do. Well, actually, it looks like ATC's popped back into Paris. I can't imagine they're going to stay up for another hour or so, though. And of course, they do have some seats. So they've got of extra seats, 2 people can sit up front. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, so 6 people can fly in this. Actually, there's another jump seat right there. And they did leave a small galley in there, which I think is nice. These airplanes go on some awfully long flights. So the fact that they leave a galley in for these folks is really nice of them. Not an awful lot to see here. I hope that these passengers brought their own IFE, in-flight entertainment. Actually, there's 2 jump seats over here. Got an interesting control panel over here. Main deck lighting system. I wonder if it's clickable. You can click on the main deck lighting here back in cargo land. There's a cabin temperature, ceiling lights, ground service, emergency lights test. There's oxygen. Main cargo deck. Operating procedures. Main cargo deck panel. Main cargo deck door video. So you can, for your in-flight entertainment, you get exciting main cargo deck door video action. There's a phone, so I guess you could talk to the cockpit. Looks like the door, you can open the door with that handle there. And I've got the little hatch here open to get back in here. And then you can close the hatch there too. It looks like there's a hatch on the other side, so that's kind of nice. Are there cars back there? Tim Dog says there's cars. Ooh, maybe they're maybe they got race cars back there. Lots of PMDG boxes here. PMDG does a lot of shipping. I ship you not. I shouldn't give PMDG so much ship. I'd better watch the jokes. I'll get shipped out. Yorkshire tea, and they're shipping Yorkshire tea in PMDG boxes. Oh, and look at that. We've got 2 race cars, including, holy moly, did Robert Randazzo know that we wanted an Aston Martin DB5? I mean, that's an Aston Martin DB5. It doesn't look like the license plates rotate. It doesn't look like the license plates rotate. I guess there's probably no machine guns in there. Did we already see this? Is this not that big of a surprise? Really? It's not that big of a surprise. Nah, can't click anything in there. That's a pretty nice car view. It is. This is 007's car. The original Aston Martin DB5. See if we can drop... I don't see the place to drop nails or anything out of the back. And then we have another little race car over here.
More agents joining the spy flight.
That's not bad. Captain Whip is here. Hi, Captain Whip. We're just checking out the cargo here in the new 777. We have an Aston Martin DB5, so we better land good today. And more PMDG boxes. What are we shipping here? Item number. Made in, it looks like it says it's made in Vietnam. There's the team number. I don't see what we're shipping though. Hey Lena, welcome aboard. How's the Starbucks going for me? You know, I actually haven't been to Starbucks in probably 7 to 10 years now. So I'm bucking the trend of going to the Empire. Aston Martins, that's right. They get the new, the Aston Martin cars get Apple CarPlay Ultra. Yeah, I'll be honest. I make just as good a coffee at home with my really old. It's a Keurig, but I don't use Keurig cups anymore. I've got a little plastic cup for an individual, plus it's got a drip coffee pot on the side. I can make much better coffee there. That tastes just as good. So, and Captain Whip is in as well. Captain Whip, welcome aboard. I hope you're having fun with the new airplane too. The new 777 cargo liner. Tim Hortons for the win. I heard that up until the Captain Whip, I heard that up until the time there was the takeover, that the Tim Hortons coffee was really, really, you know, the coffee to die for kind of a thing. And then we can come over here. And kind of climb back through the small little hatch here. And close up the cargo access hatch. Oh, look at this. We've got some stuff behind here. I'm guessing these are little... I'm guessing this is for passenger cargo. So maybe this is passenger cargo storage, you know, sliding stuff behind. You put it behind your seat. But Lena said, Starbucks tastes burned. Yeah. It always had that burned coffee kind of a taste. No smoking, no vaping. Toilets are equipped. So nothing in that one. Nothing in that one. So the crew rest area and the lavatories aren't. Nothing in there. Oh, also another thing to worry about in the 777, you step up into the cockpit. Don't want to miss that step. If you stumble in the cockpit, everybody's going to know that you're not a real 777 person. So you don't want to trip. And we got some nice seats over there. And if you look over here, there's a latch that's closed. And we've got 777 books. How to fly the airplane in 3 easy volumes. You have to add syrups and sweeteners and stuff to make it taste good. Well, I would just as soon not have coffee that tastes like that. You might say that I'm really not nuts about that taste. Is it extra roasted? That's what it's supposed to be, Hans? Okay. All right, that was a nice tour. Let's see how we're doing. Flight level 340, indicating Mach 0.81. Looking good. Let's get our heading bug straight up. Heading bug straight up. And we are 322 miles from top of descent. That's going to happen at 1440 airplane time. And we are 459 miles, still landing at about 1506 airplane time, which translates, it's 1400. So we got a little bit of flying to do. Okay, that looks good. Nothing to worry about there. 122.8. And let's see. Up here, there's the big old circuit breaker panel. There's a pretty big sized one up here. It's not like some airplanes that are just wall-to-wall circuit breakers. I don't think that the circuit breakers are clickable. I hate to break it to you. Let's see, what do we have here? We've got cargo temperatures, air conditioning, the voice recorder audio is set to auto. Over on the captain's side, we've got a couple of briefcases. So that's large suitcase stowage only in there. I guess this is coat hanger. So there's coat hangers. Here is a box. Open cover warning. This looks like it is a oxygen mask. So I'm gonna guess that this is pull it on for oxygen or smoke kind of a thing maybe. So this has got to be for maybe a smoke mask or something like that. PBE, personal breathing equipment maybe? So maybe this is personal breathing equipment. Well, it's kind of a breath of fresh air that they do that. Crew PBE. Okay. And looks like they've got some other stuff there. Up here, we've got a smoke hood. And we've got the yellow caution vests that they're wearing for their walk around. And here is spare bulbs. So pilots apparently, you know, if there's a light bulb that blows out, a pilot can go and change the bulbs. Let's see, that's the emergency rope, and there is the fire extinguisher and the crash axe. No seat, no stowage. They don't want you sitting on that. There's the cup holder. I think you can come over here and you can lower this little thing down. So you got a little thing that you can clip some things to, and I guess that's where your briefcase goes. There is a EFB power. There's an ashtray and a microphone. Here's our oxygen mask. So we've got that. There is the little shelf that you can put your EFB in and the nose wheel tiller. There's a life vest right there. Over here, we've got some more stowage load limits. Oh, this is the, those are sunshades to put over the windows. They look kind of scratched up to me. They look a little scratched up. And then the same thing for the co-pilot side. The co-pilot, though, gets 2 pens, and the pilot only gets 1 pen. The pilot only gets 1 pen. See, I think we have another cup holder. Yeah, there's another cup holder behind the EFB too. So cup holder is very important, right? Insert how many something to change a 737 light bulb joke here. Tim J, yeah. How many pilots does it take to change a light bulb? I don't know, but they probably have to look at a QRC first, right? Actually, I would think that they would probably want to look at a QRC first before they change their light bulbs, just to make sure you do it right. Dogs wants to do a poll for the next flight. Is it QRH or QRC? Quick Resource Handbook. QRC or Quick Resource Checklist? I'm not sure. I think it's probably different for almost every airline. They all have different names and different acronyms for it. QRH, says James. Quick Reference Handbook. Monkey said, okay, so James and Monkey say it's the Quick Reference Handbook. Irvi wants to go to KITAC today. So let's see, this one turned out to be a little bit longer than I thought it would be. It looks like we've got about an hour before we land in Paris on this flight. And I really don't think there's anything we can do to speed this up. Most likely, Tim says, instead of the quick reference manual, they'd look at a maintenance manual instead. It's actually a really cool airplane. I do think that maybe KITAC would be a great flight for us to take these on next week. There would be the LBMM, Light Bulb Maintenance Manual. And you know, Tim J, that somebody's come up with an acronym for that too, right? Somebody already did an acronym because they love acronyms in aviation and space and stuff. Martel's calling it a night. Good night, Martel. Thanks for being here. As always, thank you for coming in. Thank you for the great support over on Patreon. Always hitting the like button. Thanks for coming by. Have a great evening. See you tomorrow. And all of this looks really good. Our ground speed, okay, ground speed's not great. It's not terrible. We've only got a 7-knot headwind. The jet streams are nowhere near us on this. So, what we could do is let's go and see what's happening here in the exciting world of VATSIM. Let's hit refresh and hydrate. So it does look like Europe is going to bed here. Couple of ADAs up, but that's about it. Over in the US, we've got Atlanta, Denver, and Vegas up. Got a little bit of ATC in Texas, not much. It looks like Boston is up, Canada's asleep. Looks like there's a little in Florida, not much. There's a little bit over in San Juan, the Dominican Republic. South America, there's a little bit. Atlantico is off the northeastern Brazil coast. Pretty quiet elsewhere, a couple of small things. Hawaii is quiet, and that's kind of what we got at the moment. It's like there's an, oh, well, it is Moncton Monday. It's Moncton Monday. Tim J says vac classes takes a while to load. Yeah, you can see some ATC has popped up here around Paris. So Paris Center and de Gaulle Paris approach. So that's why it took a while So Paris, we might still have a little ATC going on in, maybe, into Paris. So let's give it a little bit of time here just to see what shakes out in Colorado and kind of go from there. Mary Arbitrary was doing ATC in Great Falls earlier, but it looks like Salt Lake's calling it a night. It is Monday, so usually after, Vectors to Copenhagen, it gets kind of quiet. Now, because this is so long, it's going to be about an hour before we get into Paris. So one of the things we could do is we could call it a night tonight. It's Monday. It's back to work week for a lot of folks. So we could call it a night, get an early night's sleep, and then be ready to fly the plane on Thursday. Or we could probably do something. We've got LA, we got Vegas, there's cargo flights there. It does look like Ontario is up, so we could do Ontario over to Vegas for cargo flying, or something like that. I was gonna wait and see just a little bit. Also, they do have fairly big planes in and out of Halifax. So if we decide to, we could go and take a cargo plane from Halifax down to Boston. And that would be a part of Moncton Monday. So we could do that. Briggsy's giving up updating to Sim Update 2. Do we need to do it? Oh, you're doing it right now? Not really in game. St. John's is kind of small, I think, for this. I think, St. John's over into there. I think it might be a little, the 777 might be big for St. John's. I don't know. But no, Briggsy, when I updated to Sim Update 2, I didn't have to do anything. Not a thing. So there you go. I think that Aspen... Yeah, I think that taking the 777 into that airport would be Aspen for it. As a joke. Okay, that's good. All right, let's go over here. There's some UK action still up here. So London Central is still up. Aspen for trouble. There we go. So looks like Heathrow. So they've still got Midlands, East Midlands. Let's see, Birmingham, the roller coaster runway is still open for Sunjammer. Stansted is still up. EGGW, I forget what's that. Oh, Luton and Stansted. Oh, my two unfavorite. Ugh. Luton and Stansted. You see, so the thing about Luton and Stansted, if you zoom in here, I mean, there's Stansted, there's Luton, and the approaches are really pretty close. So you'd see there's the runway for Stansted, runway 22, and then if you come on over to Luton, you can see it's runway 25. So the runways, when you're like up north of these two on the arrivals for Luton or Stansted, you can be fooled. And I got fooled once really bad. To be fair, the ATC at the time said, yeah, I gave you a couple of bad vectors. And I forget which one we were going into, but I landed at the other one. So that's why Luton and Stansted are my buds. Oh, wow, look at this. We've also got Polaris is still up. There's still some activity in Polaris here with Gardermoen. Some people are staying up late on a Monday. Oh, and Romania is up. Look at well, I'll bet their people in Romania are they had a big election, I think, over the weekend. So maybe everybody's being festive in Romania today, or there's a VATSIM event. Looks like part of Moldova is up too. Sibby would be Sibby would be very happy because Sibby was on that flight the day that I landed at Luton and Stansted, and I have not been allowed to forget that one. Oh, Irvy, you meant that a London City Challenge is brewing. Well, that's the first time that I ever saw Sybil flying. And Sibby's mom is a captain for Aegean. So Sibby brings a lot of real world knowledge to flight simming, a lot of real world, and also likes to do big airplanes and small airports. So we were all buzzing around one day just doing, I think we were probably doing CRJs or something at London City Airport, and all of a sudden this 777 comes blazing in. It was just, you know, coming on in, and the landing was a pro. Stopped, taxied off, 777 at London City, because she's really good at that sort of stuff. But yeah, I think that she's gotten a lot of great information from her mom. Okay, so all of that's looking pretty good. Looks like Denver and LA are still up. No idea how much longer they'll be going. Let's reset the heading bugs straight up for our course. We are 325 miles from Paris de Gaulle. We are 185 miles from top of descent. Top of descent in about 20 minutes. So let's see, what's the airport river visual? Irvy, that is Washington National Airport, KDCA. Washington, actually the full name is Washington Reagan National Airport. It was Washington National for years and years and years. And then Congress attached Ronald Reagan's name, the former president, to it as well. And that's what that airport's been. Just got a bell. That has got to be a new ADIS. LFPG information Charlie is now out. So Charlie's now out. No, Mr. Brownlee, not something big for this. Not a big airline, not a 777 International. You're gonna take, maybe the biggest thing you're gonna do is maybe an A321 or a 757, but that's really about all you want to take into that airport. That really is. You don't want anything else. Not the longest of runways, and it's actually a fairly small apron area too. It's not big. It's a 737 A320 airport, CRJ airport, that kind of a deal. My guess is they're probably also doing a lot of E-jets. Irvy's first landing challenge was at Aspen in the 747 and P3D. It ended badly, as it usually does. The secret to big airplanes and small airports is really simple. All you and you know, the way Sibby said it is, all you're carrying is fuel for the flight and a crate of lemons. A big box of lemons back there, that's it. In other words, no payload. One passenger, no cargo. And that's how it is that you can get your really, really big airplane into a small airport. You may not get the airplane out of the airport again, but that's kind of the way it works. So, you know, keep your payload down, and you can probably get stopped. Departures for some airports are another deal. Melvin's here. Hey, Melvin, welcome aboard. Good to see you. And a super duper happy Monday to you. All right. I'm going to go and try and do a poll real fast for what we might do next. So I'm not going to be able to see chat for just a little bit. Okay, so give me a few. Enjoy the view of the little waterway there while I attempt to do some typing. And what I'm going to do is just try and pick some airports where there's full ride ATC. Chances are the minute we do the poll and we get landed, they'll go offline. But there you go. And I'm just doing icy cows, so. Okay, here are some choices, or like I said, we could just call it a day. So there is a poll, it's up. I don't think that it works yet on YouTube. So I'm sorry that it doesn't work over on YouTube yet. I know that we're eventually going to get that working. We just don't have it right now. Irvi says that I think you're right. I think that the scenery does look a little bit better. It's a little fuzzy right now at altitude, but boy, when it's a little bit lower, I kind of feel like it's, we get lower, it's much better. So I'm definitely liking it for sure. Okay. Yeah. I think that's the altitude too, Irvi. About 15,000 feet. About 15,000 feet is when and the detail really is getting pretty good. There was we were doing a flight. It wasn't like a Frankfurt flight, but it was a flight in Germany, and what is it? It was over some farmland that had some really cool little bushes around there, the hedgerows and stuff, like in northern Germany. And I just looked out, went and looked out the window and looked down and just thought, wow, does that look good? Now it was a sunset flight, and so we had beautiful sunset clouds in the horizon, really looked good. And then looking down, I just thought that looks so real. So I was so impressed by that. Wigbill had to lock off. Oh, it's really good. It's been a good flight for us. It's, the PMDG, so it's really solid. I looked back in the cargo. The cargo has got an Aston Martin DB5. It's got an Aston Martin DB5. So feeling a little James Bondish right now tonight. So that looks really good. and all of this is looking nice too. Everything's working good. One of the things that I did do when I started this is the airplane actually appears to be loaded with cargo. So one of the things that I'll be doing is I'll be creating an updated cold and dark for this airplane that's got all the switches the way I like them. And then I'm going to make sure that the airplane's empty. Just like the 772. As far as setting it up, it's exactly the same. Exactly the same for that airplane. So really nice about that. Okay, looks like we're getting close. Paris Center is gonna be, it's gonna be 128.55. So let's do some tuning and listen to some jazzy jazz. Okay, the poll just completed. Hang on, I gotta click something to see it now. Okay, let's see. It looks like the votes were pretty much a couple of votes. Everything got one vote, but you're saying it's late. We're gonna call it a night. I think that that's probably a good idea. This is a little bit of a longer flight. I think we all kind of want to, check it out, go and do some things. Our next flight is Thursday, so we'll do that. I'm just going in here and setting up for my landing right now. Wigbill got to do a full flight in the Airbus A306. Wigbill got to do that. It's a fun airplane. I think it's a good plane too. I enjoy it a lot. So 537 feet is minimums. So just hold it down. Clipped out Panda, you've sorted the 777 and it's working now. What did you finally have to do, Clipped out Panda? Did you do a complete reload? Or what was that? 537, short-term memory fails. The thing about the older airplanes is I feel like some developers are starting to make the airplanes not be as responsive as some of the newer airplanes, which is what they would normally do. I mean, the older airplanes aren't going to be, an A300 is not going to be as responsive as the A320. You had to delete Navigraph. Really? Wow, that's the first time that ever happened, Clipped out Panda. So you reinstall, okay. And then you installed it from the EFB. Okay. I remember when I first discovered that you could, I never had to delete mine, but maybe there was a problem. And that's why, maybe not from the EFB, but from the hub. Yeah, you had to delete the hub and then bring in the data from the EFB, right? You so used to the A320 setting the throttle on, it is. So basically what I'll usually do in the A320 is I'll just set it up to the first D10 on Airbus throttles, and then you click usually it's a hidden click spot over there, and that sets your thrust for takeoff on that old airplane. Seems to be the best way that works. Okay, we're all set with our arrival. The star is going to be the keeper arrival. So it's keeper, and if they clear us to descend, it's going to be to probably flight level 140. All right, that's good. Paris Center is still up, and we're coming in close to Paris Center. I think IBE flight 250, Alex is coming in. I think Alex flew in with us. So what you click is hidden. Right. So pretty much one of the things that developers do is when we're all taken off as flight simmer pilots, this is our view, right? This is our view. But for a lot of airplanes, the toga button is down there on the throttles and stuff. And so it's hard to click the toga buttons and stuff like that, especially in the past. Detected. So welcome what the developers have all been doing is they create the hidden toga button or the hidden thrust set problem if you've got a flex setup. And that's almost always the lower left-hand screw on the autopilot. And if you see, so there's my little pointer for my mouse. If I move it over the screw, you see how it becomes a finger? And that's the way it is on this airplane too. So that's the hidden toga button there. And it's the same way in the A300. So that's how you do that. Tim says I've got the wrong star pin. Check the runways on my chart. Okay. Mad Squirrel. Hey, Mad Squirrel. Thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by today. I've got the wrong chart. I do. I sure do. Let's go get the right one. SimBrief said the Bannock, the Keeper 9 Papa. Okay, so here's what happened, Tim J. SimBrief flight plan gave me the Keeper 9 Papa for 8 ride. So that's the one that I got. Now you're telling me I should use the 9 Echo. Okay, let's go get the Keeper 9 Echo. Stars. All right, we don't want the 9 Papa. We want, nope, that's Sable. Where's Keeper 9 Echo? Keeper 9 Echo. Wow, how about that right at the top? Okay, it looks like it's virtually the same, but it's for that. Now, let's see if I need to go and flip it in here. So departure and arrival. Active runway is 8 right. Keeper 9 Echo. There's Keeper 9 Echo, and we're doing the Bannock 7 Echo arrival. Execute that. Come on back into legs. And this all looks good. Bannocks. So I'm guessing that that's all set. Okay, thank you. The altitude restrictions change in there. Okay, and that's probably important because they're probably doing night operations right now, right? So I'm going to change that over here to the Keeper 9 Echo. And I'm going to add in that I've got the Bannock, just got beeped, the Bannock's 7 Echo. Let's see what Paris says. 128155. 128155. Let's see. Oh, no, you're not crazy. You're not crazy. Yeah, a lot of people don't understand that one for sure. You know, these hidden buttons. That was a thing that the developers had been putting into the sim for a long time. They don't use it as much anymore because, you know, we got so many buttons to choose from on side sticks and stuff. All right, let's see. Paris Control, Bonsoir from Air France Cargo 441. Level at flight level 340. Information, India is aboard.
9 Echo arrival, aussi direct Nerki.
Air France 441, we are set up. Did I hear you say it correctly? The Keeper 9 Echo arrival, and we are direct to Nefip.
Aussi direct to Nerki, November Echo Romeo Kilo India.
Oh, okay, got it. Air France 441, November Echo Romeo Kilo India for Air France 441. That's our direct. Thank you. Okay, legs. Direct Nurki. And up to the top and execute. There's our direct 2.
And France 441, when ready, descend level 110, level by Banox.
Flight level 110, level by Banox for Air France 441. Flight level 110. Level by Banox. Okay, we're good to go there. Sunco! Hey, Sunco, welcome home. Hey, thanks for coming in tonight. Tim J said the nighttime approach is Banox 9 Quebec, but the ATIS said 7 Echo. So stay on the 7 Echo like you said. We'll do that. Expect the 7 Echo November ILS. 8 right. Yeah, 8 left is closed. Sunco, I hope you are having a great day off. Enjoy. So what I do is, Wig Bill, I don't know what throttles you've got. I use the Thrustmaster TCA Airbus Captain's Pad. So even in a Boeing, my detents are still the same as in an Airbus. So usually, like for this airplane, the auto throttle is controlling, but my physical throttles are on the CL detent, the climb detent. That's the first one. So, you know, in an Airbus, you've got idle, climb, flex, and toga. The 3. Mine's in the first one. So the first detent is climb. So what I'll do is, in an airplane like the A300, I'm going to put my throttles forward to climb, and then look down at my engines and see, are they spooling up like a good boy? They are. That's when I will go and hit the magic toga button. At that point, your auto throttles should take control of your throttle and move your throttles to your takeoff thrust setting, and that should work. Mr. Posh Martin has landed in Baston with a minus 390. Mr. Posh Martin, a very nice landing rate, and I believe that's your second flight on VATSIM. So 3 cheers for Mr. Posh Martin. And Sunco is having tall boys tonight. So I sure hope that that's tasty and you're enjoying your day off. So celebration for Mr. Posh Martin, jumping into VATSIM with both feet. I use the toga, I use the hidden button on the A306 and the Boeings, the 777. So I use that here too. Although I think I get the same effect if I just hit the auto throttle button. I'll check that out and see if there's a difference. So, sitting at the end of the runway, landing lights on, throttles to the seal, look down, engines spooling up, stable, and I'll either hit the magic hidden button or I will hit the auto throttle button. And that's how I usually get mine going. Yeah, the 737s have the magic screw too. Off to bed. Mr. Posh Martin's calling it a night. Good night, Mr. Posh Martin. Thank you for coming in. Have a great evening. We'll see you next time. iFly 737 is different. I do not remember. I don't remember if we've got a hidden button or not. I think I hit the auto throttle button for the iFly, but it's been a while. Operator Pusky, the pilot hits the toga button taking off out of Salt Lake to get clear of the mountains. It really pushes, well, yeah, to clear the mountains, you definitely have to do that. Drumma says watch out for alligators too. Congratulations on getting into VATSIM, Mr. Posh Martin. We'll see you in the friendly sim skies. We will see you in the friendly sim skies. Okay, transition is 6,000 feet. Transition is 6,000 feet. And it's got us there, so that's good. Okay. What else do we need to do? I'm not on the keeper arrival. Oh, that's because he told me to go direct to NetX. Okay, I was gonna say, what did I do? I'm gonna get in trouble. And then, yeah, we got the direct to NetX. And flight level 110 at Bannock's. So I'm like, what did I do wrong? Why aren't we over here at Keeper where we're supposed to be? All right, passenger signs are on. Checklist time. Okay, let's do cancel recall. Cancel recall. Nothing there. So recall is good. No notes on the arrival. Auto brakes. I'm going to go auto brakes 3. Landing data. VREF for a full flaps landing is 146. Approach briefing has pretty much been knocked out of the park. And over here, we can cancel this now. And that looks good too. Okay, checklist is done. Paris, here we come. After Paris Center, we have Paris Approach, LFPG 121.155. 121.155. Let's
Paris Center, hello, Iberia 250, flight level 380.
Iberia 250, Paris, bonsoir, cleared KPR 9 Echo, aussi direct Nerki.
Okay.
Direct Nerki, Iberia 250.
Iberia 250, you're cleared on the KPR 9 Echo arrival.
Okay, cleared Kepler 9 Echo arrival, Iberia 250.
Okay, I think we're all good.
Iberia 250, recycle squawk 7753.
Squawk 7753, Iberia 250.
Hey, they're letting us squawk 0007. We're good spies right now, good secret agents, squawking 0007. No one will ever expect that they're spies aboard the plane. Don't want to blow our cover. And our descent profile is perfect. We're right in the middle. This airplane's doing great.
Iberia 250, when ready, descend for level 110, level by Bannock.
descend flight level 110, level by Bannock.
Nice fluffy clouds tonight. Not a lot of them, just enough to make it interesting. What's the music?
441, contact approach 121.155. Bye-bye.
121.155. Thanks for the late night ATC. Have a good week.
No worries. Bye-bye.
Basically, I've kind of combined all the playlists from stuff since we changed music, so I'm just kind of throwing them all together right now. Dogs, we're going to call it a night after this. This flight got to be a little bit long. We did a poll, and everybody said, yeah, let's call it a night. It's time for pizza.
Baguette 118, guide radar ILS piste 08 droite, tournez à gauche, cap 270, 70.
À gauche 270 pour guidage ILS 08 droite, FedEx 118. FedEx 118. French Baguette 118.
Air France 9110, confirm squawk mode Charlie, please. Okay, that's okay for me. Air France 9110 identified. This is climb flight level 190.
And now identifying, now flight level 190 to Air France 9110.
De Gaulle approach, bonsoir from Air France Cargo 441. Information, India is aboard. We are direct to Nepix and will be at flight level 110 at Bannock.
Air France 441, De Gaulle approach, bonsoir. Identified, information India is correct. You are cleared for the Bannock 7 Echo transition. Expect ILS runway 08 right approach.
Expecting the ILS 08 right approach, expecting the Bannock 7 Echo arrival for transition for Air France 441.
That's correct.
I was just using, I was saying cargo, just so that they didn't try and put us on the north side of the airport. I was just mentioning that we were cargo, so they let us land on the south runway, so we have a shorter taxi.
Descending flight level 80.
Oh, Tim J did a poll joke.
Bonsoir, 152, on est en Echo.
Alright, so on the Bannock 7 Echo, after Bannock,
France 652, De Gaulle approche, bonsoir. L'information
basically it's Bannock to Subox and 025. Let's make sure that's in there. Bannock, Subox, and Vectors, we're all set and ready to go. Up once, a little drag. Probably trying to slow down here. Yeah, we're trying to slow down.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance
hey,
granted.
Bandit MD11 just gifted a couple of subs today. Not a couple, 5 of them. Oh my gosh, hey. Bandit MD11, thank you for gifting 5 subs. That's really, really nice. Thank you. Thank you so much for some extra support and some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for helping me to keep the lights on here, but also big thank you for being nice to other people too. Not everybody can afford a sub. Tommy 009 got one. I'm glad you got one of those, Tommy.
Luxair 2201, radar vectoring for the ILS approach runway 08 right, maintain present heading.
Maintain present heading for runway 08 right, Luxair 2201.
Thanks, Bandit MD11. Can't wait for the big old MD11 to come into Flight Sim 2024. That'll be nice. There's 250. Wig Bill's calling it a night. Good night. Have a great evening. See you next time. I think we're good. Cool. And scenery's getting a little bit better outside. Bandit MD, you've been busy at work. The new sim's okay, Bandit MD. Some people are having a problem with it, but it's been largely fairly good here. For me. And you know, the scenery itself definitely is a step up. It's definitely a nice little step up here, which is nice. I'm getting a little better performance as well, so that's nice.
De Gaulle QNH 1016.
5,000 feet and QNH 1016. Looks at 201.
Air France 9110,
Speed brakes are
contact Paris
armed.
control 128.155.
No, Paris controlling 128.155 for Air France 9R110. Thank you so much for the service.
And it's 025 after. So 025 after.
Air France 652 pour la mise en route et repoussage.
Air France 652, le QNH 1016, unité 0, unité 6, mise en route et repoussage approuvé face à l'est, je confirme, face à l'est sur Papa 2, rappelez prêt pour le roulage.
QNH 1016, mise en route et repoussage approuvé face à l'est et on confirme.
Maximum speed's 250, that's what we're at, and we're all good to go there.
060, 060, autorisé à approcher à l'est, piste 0.
And we're going to get vectors probably after
À
subups.
droite au 460, on est autorisé sur l'ILS.
Understand though getting busy at work though, Bandit, because these airplanes, they're getting a lot more complex, and it takes an awful lot more mental RAM to be able to handle all these.
441, descent flight level 80, high speed is approved.
Flight level 80, high speed approved for Air France 441, thanks. Warp factor 10, here we go. Engage.
Success 2201, reduce speed 180 knots.
180 knots, looks at 201.
All lights are good, nothing else to worry about up here. Anti-ice is all on auto. Direct subox. High speed approved, but you're already at 250 knots. I know, I was already slow, but that's okay. Just having the option of high speed approved was kind of nice. Just having the option.
2201, turn right, heading 070, cleared, ILS approach runway 08 right.
Having 707 to 08 right. Looks at 201.
070. Okay. There is our ILS right there.
Prime baguette 118, la vitesse 189 jusqu'à 6 nautiques, finale, vous êtes numéro 1 pour
And now we're going to go and do
Sur l'approche 083, 180 jusqu'à 6
heading hold.
baguette 118.
Just got to avoid the flyway patrol. There we go. Yeah, we don't want to get... Let's see. What's our next checklist? Our next checklist is approach checklist. And that is at 6,000 feet. 6,000 feet. And we're going to 8, so we're not going to do that yet.
Air France 441, radar vectoring for the ILS approach runway 08 right, fly on heading 050.
Heading 050, vectors for the ILS 08 right for Air France 441.
Success 2201, the speed 180 knots or less. You are currently number 2, 4 nautical miles behind MD11, runway 08 right.
Oh, somebody's MD-11ing there, Bandit MD-11.
180 knots, looks at 221.
More MD-11s in the sim skies. Tim J is exhausted. Have a nice landing. Good night, Tim J. It's been a long day today. Had some long flights. It's been kind of fun. Have a great evening. Catch you on Thursday. And over on Discord. If you're new to the Spy Flight, there is a Discord server, 757 Spy. Come on and join us there.
Success 2201, confirm, fully established on the ILS runway 08 right. It seems to be a little bit on the
We're
left.
20 miles out. When we get to be about 10 miles out, we're going to go to 210.
Sorry.
Then they'll do 180 and then final speeds for landing.
Right, looks at 201.
So init ref.
Success 2201, reduce minimum approach speed.
So our
France 441, descend to altitude of 5,000 feet to go QNH 1016.
1016 on the altimeter, now 5,000 feet for Air France 441.
Air 2201, reduce minimum
And
approach speed.
1016, I'm going to go standard altimeter. And that sets the altimeter because we preset it, and that
Air
checklist is
2201,
now
reduce
complete.
minimum approach speed.
Air France 652 pour rouler.
Air France
Now we're going to
652,
go and roll
roulez
this down to
Tango Echo 3,
210.
à droite sur Roméo, point d'attente Tango 3, piste 0 8 gauche.
Tango Echo 3, droite
There's
Roméo,
210
point d'attente
knots.
0 8 gauche, Air France 652.
Air 2201, de Gaulle approach on frequency.
Flaps 1. There goes our leading edge slats. Always fun to watch the flaps go rolling out. And flaps 5.
Approach LA, video 250, descending out of 16,000 and level
There
by
goes some
Bannock.
more flaps rolling
Yeah,
out.
250 de Gaulle
Kind of
approach,
washed
bonsoir,
out on this flight.
identified, cleared, Bannock 7 Echo transition, expect ILS runway 08 right, approach.
Click the map.
Okay, cleared the Bannock 7 Echo transition, and what was that after that, BR 250?
And flaps
Bannock
15.
7 Echo for the transition, expect ILS runway 08 right.
Okay, expect ILS 08 right, video 250.
There goes a little more flap out.
Air France 441, turn right heading 060, cleared, ILS approach runway 08 right.
Right turn now, 060, cleared for the ILS, runway 08 right for Air France 441. I've got glide slope and localizer. We're going to get some help from the approach.
Baguette 118, c'est reçu, maintenez l'axe de la piste, montez 5
And let that go and
EGNX.
snag the glide slope and localizer for us.
EGNX 1016 avec l'axe de la piste, French Baguette 118.
Last checklist page.
Air 2201 on frequency.
Speed brakes are armed,
Looks
landing
like
gear,
201,
flaps.
Sorry.
That's our landing
2201,
checklist.
the wind 010 degrees, 8 knots, runway 08 right, clear to land.
Runway 08 right, clear to land. Looks like 201.
Call approach, Air France 029er descending across column at 10,000 information India.
Air France 029er de Gaulle approach, bonsoir, identified, cleared, Mopar 7 Echo transition, expect ILS runway 08 right approach.
Roger, by the Moped 7 Echo approach, any chance we can get a 09er left for Air France?
Air France 029er, runway 09 left, it's closed. I may give you the runway 09 right.
Okay, alright, we'll set up for runway 09er right via the Moped 7 Echo.
I thought it was the 8s that were closed, but sure enough, according to the AT, yeah, the 8 is, yeah, it's
Baguette 118, tournez à droite, cap 180, unité 80, guidage radar ILS, piste 08 droite.
20 miles
À
out.
droite vers le sud, French Baguette 118.
So we're going to keep our speed up here just a little bit because it's getting kind of quiet tonight. Otherwise, I'd be going down to about 180 knots. But when we start to, here comes the localizer now. When we start to see the glide slope, diamonds start going down, then I'm going to go ahead. Yep, there it goes. So let's go to 180. 180. There we go. And how about flaps 20? And we've got the localizer.
Baguette 118, tournez à
Start
droite, cap
looking for an
260,
airport.
260.
Don't see
À droite
anything
de
there.
60, French Baguette 118.
Luxair 2201, welcome to Charles de Gaulle via Sierra 7, cross runway 08 left, on the other side, taxi left on Romeo.
How about wheels?
Sorry, can you repeat it, please? Luxor 2201.
Luxor 2201 via Sierra 7, cross runway 08 left.
Gear. They did a great job in the landing gear
Yes,
animations on this
7,
model
cross
too.
runway 08 left. Luxor 2201.
Air France 652, rappelez très au départ.
Après le papa, on rappelle
VAP
après au
once
départ,
again
il y a
is
des
146. Let's call it 150 to land. Air France 441 is established on the ILS. Runway 08 right.
Air France 441, thank you. Number 1, the speed is yours. The wind 010 degrees, 7 knots. Runway 08 right, continue approach.
08 right, continue the approach. Speed's ours for Air France 441. I'm going to stay 180 until about 5 mile finals here. Starting to see a little bit of the downtown area.
Runway 08 left. On the
There's
other
the
side,
Eiffel
taxi
Tower
left
over there.
on Romeo.
On the other side, taxi left on Romeo. Luxor 2201.
And more of the downtown area. It's a little bit more spectacular at night. Dogs, yeah, we did a poll earlier today, just about halfway through the flight. And I think everybody's had a long week of flying. It's Monday. People are going to call it a night, get a good night's sleep, get a good few days off, and be ready to jump in with both feet on Thursday. I hope that's okay and you weren't counting on something. Are you doing any more? Airplane spotting, live airplane spotting in Arizona? And I know the links don't work, but I know you have a YouTube channel. What's the name of your channel? If you put it in chat, we could find you doing airplane spotting. You went to Sky Harbor yesterday. That was probably a good time. Now that we're getting a little bit lower and more of the scenery's popping in.
Luxor 2201, taxi right on Echo, right.
And as we get lower, you see the scenery does just get so much more.
Gate Juliet 30.
Clipped out Panda, always going for a little butter here. Best we possibly can.
Luxor 2201, right Echo, right Papa 5,
7 mile finals.
Right Echo, right Papa 5.
150 to land.
Air France 029er, descent flight level 70.
Alright, descent flight level 70, Air France 029.
Flaps 25. Hi, hat
Air
trick.
France 441, the wind 010 degrees, 7 knots, runway 08 right, clear to land.
08 right, clear to land, Air France 441. And checklist is going to be complete.
Air France 652, on est prêt.
Checklist is complete.
652, depuis Tango 3, alignez-vous et attendez 0 de gauche.
Tango 3, s'aligne, on attend.
Okay, we're all nicely set here. So get ready to take control from the autopilot. We're all established. Wind is from the left. It's going to blow us to the right. AP is off.
The good approach, good evening.
Captain's
French
got the
cargo
airplane.
588 with information Juliet. We are ready to
French
complete the
cargo.
IFR clearance to Hong Kong.
Oh my gosh, somebody's doing a cargo flight to Hong
clearance,
Kong.
runway 08 left, start up to Hong Kong approved. L'Envie 6 hotel departure. Climb initially flight level 100. Set squawk 7640.
Flipped out Panda says the flight to Hong Kong is 10 hours. Tim Dog, there was ATC, it's marked in Monday.
QNH 1016.
1016,
I don't have control.
Iberia 250.
I didn't have my side stick disconnected for a second.
Stop descent flight level 70.
That was a little scary.
Turn right
Moncton
heading
Monday,
050,
you could
vectoring
do
for the
Halifax to
LF108 right
Boston. Might be good, Tim
Okay,
Dog.
stop descent at flight level 70, turn right.
Denver
050
to
for the
LA
ILS,
is full
08,
ATC 2.
250.
Boston's up. And that's where I saw the bulk of it over on
Chicago
VATSIM.
588, did you copy?
Holy moly, it's like I lost
sorry,
all
Chicago
of my...
588, I think I had an issue with the microphone. It was the
Denver and LA
departure
have disconnected, so
08 left,
Moncton Monday is the one
hotel,
event that I think
initially
is
flight
still
level
going on.
100 and stroke 7640.
Chicago 588, the repack is correct, report ready for push start.
Landing.
We report ready for push and start, French Chicago 588.
Almagan 118, tournez à droite, cap 070, 070, autorisé à approcher LS piste 08 droite.
À droite 070, on autorisé sur l'ILS 08 droite, French Packet 118.
F1 652, le vent sur De Gaulle, 010 degrés pour 7 nœuds, piste 08 gauche, autorisé décollage.
Piste 08 gauche, autorisé décollage, Francis, entre l'un 2.
F1 029er, turn left heading 125.
Alright, left heading 125, F1 029er.
And French Cargo 588, we are ready for push and start.
Chicago 588, the QNH 1016, push and start, approved, facing to the north, report ready to taxi runway 08 left.
Push and start approved facing north, we'll report ready to taxi 588.
F1 411, welcome to Charles de Gaulle, hold short, Sierra 6, departing traffic on runway 08 left.
Hold short for traffic departing 08 left, Air France 441.
Iberia 250, descend to altitude 5,000 feet, the Gaulle QNH 1016.
You said Sierra 6.
Okay, descend
Sierra
5,000
6.
feet, Iberia 250.
Third person, Sim Crazy,
F1 029
getting a little bit better at that lately.
Runway 09
A little
right.
bit better at that.
Alright, maintain present heading and then clear it for the ILS 09er right,
F1
F1 029er.
441 via Sierra 6, cross runway 08 left, on the other side, taxi left on Romeo.
At Sierra 6, cleared across runway 08 left, and then left turn on Romeo for Air France 441.
Air France 652, identifié 1800 pieds via SID, montée niveau 190, unité 90.
Mon niveau 190 via SID, Air France 652.
Baguette 118, la vitesse 189 jusqu'à 6 nautiques finale, vous êtes numéro 1, poursuivez l'approche piste 08 droite.
Romeo
L'approche 08 droite, 182 jusqu'à 6,
is
French Packet
the
118.
outer. And we got everything up. And this is default scenery, but it's default with default with a fix from over at flightsim.to.
F1 441, so left on Romeo, then right Tango Kilo 4, gate Kilo 58.
Air France 441, it is Romeo to Tango, and then Kilo 4. Our parking tonight is Kilo 58 for Air France 441.
That's correct, thank you.
Wow, I actually wrote it down correctly.
Iberia 250 on present heading, cleared, ILS approach runway
And I did
08
it
right,
while
number
making a turn as well.
Okay, present heading, cleared for the approach 08 right, ILS.
We're going to do Kilo 58. Oh, he's sending us over here.
À droite au début, Air France 652.
Sending us over here. Okay, so we're going to just go to a passenger area. I guess maybe what we're doing is we're delivering baguettes to the passenger zone here. So 5-8. Let's see. Airport. We'll just go there today.
Baguette 118, le vent 0,10 degrés pour 7 nœuds, piste 08 droite, autorisé atterrissage.
Autorisé atterrissage 08 droite pour Pushback 118.
Kilo 5-8. Let's see if we got even on the right side here. Okay, so we're coming in here. Kilo. There's 5-3. There's 5-8. Kilo 5-8. It's off to the right side here. I think it's the second from the end. Hey, look at that. It is.
French Cargo 588, we are ready for taxi.
Good evening, Mr. Anderson. Good evening to you, and welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Mr. Anderson, yeah, this is the new cargo liner. They sent us to a passenger gate. We're delivering fresh baguettes to all the restaurants
Uniform
here.
Charlie 3, Charlie, Tango 1 for runway 08 left, French Cargo 588.
Maybe they call themselves...
02, a niner, number
That's probably
1,
pretty
the speed is
good.
yours, the wind 01, 0
Parking
degrees,
brakes
7 knots, runway
on.
09 right, clear to land.
So parking brakes on. This is still a cargo plane. So what we really should do is not turn on the APU. So ground operations, we'll put in chocks. And we'll request ground power. And ground power is up front. So you're not, the ground power is not anywhere near the engine. So you can plug in ground power, pop ground power on, and then from there you can do engines and not need an APU. And I think they even do that with the they'll even do that with passenger planes too. Let's do fuel pumps going off because they don't want to start the APU until about 10 minutes before push and start. So those are good. Seatbelts can go off. And I'd say we made it. Really nice airplane. Beautiful, nice cargo liner. We're going to be able to be just cargo flying all over the world. We'll try and make sure that we've got a bunch of cargo flights in next week's flight plan when we get going. Godpoo is back in chat. Godpoo, were you de Gaulle approach today? Hey, really nice ATC. I know it's really late in Paris right now, in France, but really nice ATC coming in from center all the way. So that was really nice. Really nice to do this flight. So fun to come on in here too, and thank you for the ATC coming on in. Shut down the engines on the side where the ground power connects. So the ground power connects though, and maybe I did this wrong, Tim Dog, but ground power on this airplane is going to be right up here. That's ground power. So on a PMDG, they have this little thing here. That's your ground power right there. So I figure that, you can plug it in right like that, and that's away from the engines. You were watching the de Gaulle live streams? Oh my gosh, how was the live stream for the de Gaulle approach too? I'll bet that was nice too. They did a really good job, I thought. So we would have shut down the right engine before they would have plugged that in. Left the left engine in. And that's how you would do that? Thank you. I'll remember to do it that way with this airplane. And seat belts and everything's good. I had strobes on the whole flight. Let's see, we can come over here to ground vehicles. I can request some stairs. We can go to the big door, cargo main. And they've also got a couple of other things in here. So we could go to automated ground ops. So you can turn stuff around and do a few things like that. Ground vehicles, we can request side cargo. And so there'll be a big side cargo that comes over here for loading and unloading. So we can do that as well. You've heard that that's what they do with other planes. And then I've got to go and figure out how to unload this thing. So we made it. What a great day. So take a couple of days off, unless you'd like to do some flying around and stuff, but take a couple of days off. We'll be jumping right back in to flying around. Let's see, we'll be doing one more round of the dispatchers, and then we got a cool something new to try the week after that. And there'll be a lot of VATSIM. In fact, Polya put together a huge VATSIM list that looks like it might be really challenging. Plus, we'll also have a couple of flights if you're not 100% ready for VATSIM and things like that. So we'll be doing that as well. High load moments. It looked like they were doing a really good job. De Gaulle was under pressure. Yes, because the spies were coming to town. Those pesky spies. They're a big problem for sure. But you know what? 3 cheers for our friends from PMDG getting the airplane going and getting it going really, really well. I'm not kidding. They did a great job with this. So, like I said, 3 cheers. Be back on YouTube next week as well. So thank you so much for being here. There was a couple of nice gift subs today. A huge, big thank you for that. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the great support and some nice cheers too, and some nice resubs. Thanks for keeping them going. I know it's getting a little crazy there economically, so thank you for continuing to support. I could not do this without you. Definitely looking forward to a few days to just chill out, rest this voice. The allergies are kicking in, but we'll be 100% ready to go. Mr. Jazz, thank you for being here. Dogs, thank you for coming on in, and I appreciate you coming by. Dogs wants to do a birthday flight on June. You bet. We are changing the way suggestions are working just a little bit here, but I'll try and keep that in my brain. If you feel like doing a polite reminder when we get back going next week, please feel free to do that so I don't do that. Sim Caesar is doing a jump seat pre-show. So that means I guess Sim Caesar is going to be doing a jump seat. Why don't we go ahead and do that? I'm going to say thank you for the great support. Bits and cheers and all of those things. Thank you for helping me with the business side of things, especially in the crazy times, but also thanks for being such great flight sim friends and flying along. We got this great new airplane, and I have a feeling we're going to have some fun doing some cargo things together, and I can't wait to fly with you then too. In the meantime, please, as always, stay healthy, stay safe, and we'll see you in the friendly sim skies at 1900 Zulu on Thursday. Cheers, and again, bottom of the heart, thank you for being here. Take care. Good night.
Smokes for getting a raid from 757 Spy.